you being here. This today is a commitment and an investment in our organization. This process, this strategic planning process, is significant as we move forward. So it's a really important piece of organizational growth, the sustainability and continuity of our organization, and it will help us kind of guide what the future looks like. This is perhaps one of the most important roles of council, is to give us that path. So today we're working on kind of creating a legacy for this organization and for the leaders of the future. Strategic planning is an ongoing process beyond just what we will do here today. We will work on integrating the outcome of today into what we do every day, the fabric of the city. We've engaged Allison Hart for this process. Sorry, that's a word
Strategic planning is a really strong process to do that, and I'll talk you through how we're going to do that. But before we do that, I'd like to go around the table and have each of you introduce yourself, and we'll talk about the difference of role of staff and council as we get rolling. But the thing to think about mostly that's very important is that we're looking at a very high level today. Very big picture, very high level, because this will create the framework and the structure to move into the operational and to become a part of the fabric of the work of the city in the big picture. Okay, but I'd like to go around and have each of you introduce yourself and say how long you've been affiliated with the city, and tell me your role, and if you're a council member, tell me what you do in the rest of your life too, not just in your council life, and what, if this is your first term, if you've served before, how many terms, that type of thing. So we're going to start with that, and we'll just start over here with Chris.
Yeah, my name's Chris. I'm the Chief of Police here at Coos Bay. I've been with Coos Bay for almost 24 years. I oversee our police department, our dispatch center. It's about a 49-person team.
Tell me what you most want to get out of today.
Well, I've always been big on future planning, and I think it's important to have kind of a path and know where we're headed. So that's what I want to see. I want to see us kind of establish a path, a vision moving forward, and that's what I'm hoping for.
Excellent. I'm going to ask each of you that question. So go ahead, Jeff.
Jeff Adkins, Fire Chief. I've been here with the city for 18 years. We have 21 full-time staff members at the fire department, and so looking forward to this session, just to, like Chris said, a path going forward and see what the vision is for the city.
Great. Samantha.
I'm Sammy Pearson. I'm the director of the library. We have about 12 people over there. I've been with the city for 13 years, and I just think this is valuable. We have different sections all the time. It's nice to come together as one big unit and do some planning.
Hi, Melissa Olson, Finance Director. I've been with the city 8 years, roughly, working through many positions in the department. We have 3 people in our department, and this would be great to help me with the budget for next year.
Yes, that's so great, because the budget is to align with the strategic direction with any organization, because if it doesn't, you will not make your strategic plan work. So it's really important for council to think about that when we look at allocating resources for what comes out of the plan, that there's alignment, because otherwise your plan will not be successful. Oh, come on. All right, are you Carmen?
I am Carmen. I'm Carmen. Yeah, my name is Carmen Matthews. I'm a counselor. This is my second term, 6 years sitting at the dais. Outside of the city council, I am a local business owner, own a couple of restaurants in the urban renewal district, and I'm trying to get out of this, I guess, what I try to do in city council all the time, which is improve the city for our future citizens, our children, and really try to just, the overarching goals and vision is very important, but just trying to improve the city in any way we can.
Right, I get it. And it's great to have a business voice at the table.
Oh, yeah.
In the restaurant once in my prior life at one point.
Yeah,
Definitely.
we've got a few
Our
here. Yeah, we'll be
Can
hitting
I
that.
add to his resume a bit? He also sits on our Parks Commission and our Tree Board,
And the Water Board.
and the Water Board. Tree Board, yes.
Tree Board, Parks Commission, and then the local water district.
Run your businesses.
Yeah, luckily, other people run them for me nowadays.
There you go. There you go. Well, good morning, Lucinda.
Good morning, Lucinda DeNovo, Counselor. This is my third term, just being recently elected in November. I am the Director of Sales and Events at the Mill Casino Hotel and RV Park, owned by the Coco Indian Tribe. I also serve on other boards, the State Tourism Board, the Oregon Tourism Commission, and like Carmen, and I think I could say all of us at this dais, we are incredibly passionate about this community. All of the time that we give, as you know, is volunteer time, and it's in a great effort to listen to the citizens of this community and improve the community for future generations.
Great, thank you. Joe?
Joe Vanetti, Mayor of Coos Bay. I served 3 terms for City Council, 7 terms as mayor. I was a restaurateur for 39 years, owned it, sold it 6 years ago. Still do trying to get my soup operated in a hotel type way, which I do, but anyway, that's another discussion. And I also sit on the Airport Commission, done that for, I think, 4 terms. TSOC, which is a group that promotes tourism throughout the county. It's a workforce board, I sit on that. And so I want to see economic development. I always interested in that. That creates resources that we can spend and do it in other ways. I also like to see tourism, which is a passion of ours and mine for a long time. It's an economic driver that we're trying to educate people that it's important for this community and the people. Also develop the areas. Like Empire really, I think, is a focus that we need to get going. And it's frustrating that we're kind of stuck, I think. We've done the Front Street, we've done that type of area. I also want to see more development downtown. I was talking to a retailer that's been here for a long period of time yesterday, and they said, we don't know if we can continue to stay here. So it's sad that they wouldn't be able to be here, and they've probably been here for 40 years or plus. So I think we need to find ways to facilitate the downtown and get it back some life. So I'll stop on my soapbox.
Thank you. Stephanie? Yes, good morning.
Good morning. Stephanie Kilmer, and this is also, I was just reelected, been serving on the council since 2016. Lifelong residence, all but 2 years of my life. Grew up downtown, just up the hill from here. And so the city has been my passion. And right now I serve as the public information officer for the airport district, Coos County Airport District. And prior to that, I had 30 years as in the broadcasting business. So I held positions such as news director, traffic director, which is not traffic as in like cars, but yeah, told the commercials where to go basically. And then became the operator of, for I want to say 20 years of a local radio station. So I have a pretty vast background in broadcasting and communications, and I just say that the reason that I got involved, I serve as the Urban Renewal Chair for the city. I sit as the liaison to the Coos Bay Downtown Association and serve as a co-chair of the Economic Vitality Committee. I serve on the Bay Area Chamber of Commerce Board, and also I have elected to serve on the South Coast Development Council. So I very much think that to have better livability, we have to have economic development and growth and have a prosperous community, and that serves everyone from all walks of socioeconomics.
Good morning, Sarah.
Good morning. Sarah Stevens. I have, this is my first term. However, I was I sat in this seat for about 8 months before being elected. And so 3 years, 6 months, I was reminded earlier today. On my day job, I'm the interim executive director at the Southwestern Oregon Workforce Investment Board and also the director of the South Coast Early Learning Hub. I sit on a few various boards, the CCD Business Development, the Oregon Workforce Partnership, Coastal Families Relief Nursery. I also am the city liaison for the Community Coalition of Empire, and my newest, maybe most fun recent thing is sitting on the Roundhouse Foundation Grants Review team. I've been thinking a lot about what I want to get out of today, and I came across something that summed it up, so I'm just going to read it. Every city manager has heard it, some version of "we don't want to be like those big cities," or we need to protect our small town feel. It's usually said by people who resist growth, fight change, and cling to an image of the past that no longer exists. That mindset is killing cities. Nostalgia is not a development strategy. It doesn't fund infrastructure, recruit business, or create jobs. It doesn't fill the staffing gaps in public safety, keep housing affordable, or sustain a tax base that allows a community to thrive. Cities evolve, they have to. The ones that don't end up hollowed out relics, watching their young people leave, their economies stagnate, and their tax burdens shift onto fewer and fewer people. But here's where many cities get it wrong. Growth doesn't mean abandoning identity. Smart cities don't just expand, they grow with intentionality. They understand that progress and preservation are not opposites. A city's character isn't found in its refusal to change, it's found in the way it guides that change. Identity isn't something you freeze in time, it's something you protect by planning for the future on purpose. Fighting progress doesn't stop change, it just makes it chaotic and unsustainable. The real challenge isn't whether a city grows, it's how it grows. Don't let change happen to you. Do you let change happen to you, or do you shape it? Do you allow sprawl to choke out what makes a city special, or do you plan for responsible, sustainable development that keeps the city strong, livable, and financially stable? The cities that thrive aren't the ones that spend decades trying to preserve what they were. They're the ones with leaders and residents who have a vision and courage to shape what they will be. If your city is more concerned with holding on to the past than planning for the future, don't be surprised if it does neither. This was by a city manager, Brooks Williams. I want to give him credit, but I felt like that summed up what I'm hoping to get out of today.
Yeah, thank you. Very powerful. Good morning, Jacob.
Hello, yes, my name is Jacob Niebergall. I am a school teacher over at Sunset School. I teach 6th grade English and technology.
Bless you.
Yeah, it's fun stuff. The kids are good. I am recently elected, so only 3 months, first term, but I serve on the library board with Sammy, and I also work on the board of Oregon Computer Science Teachers Association. What's that? Not yet. Okay, I'll have to look them up. So I guess my hope to take away from this, or to add to it, I should say, is yours was very eloquently put, but I think actionable intentionality, like to go off of what that passage said, if setting intention for the growth that's going to come, but not holding out for something that isn't a guarantee, and trying to set good plans in order.
Right, excellent. Cool.
Nicole Rutherford, city manager. I have been at the city I'm working on year 11. City manager for about a little over 18 months. I'm kind of on some of the same boards, SCDC. I'm the representative to the Visitor Convention Bureau. There's more. I don't know if it's relevant to list all that out for me, but I would like for today, I'm a huge proponent of team and getting us in the same space, creating a path that makes sense for all of us, that is in line with where we think this community can go. I think we've been surviving for a very, very long time, and I believe we have the right people here and we can transition to thriving. So, but we need to do it intentionally and in a way that the folks who are going to get the work to do are able to accomplish it. So.
Good morning. I'm Chelsea Schnabel. I'm the Director of Community Development. I've been here about 2.5 years, and there's about 9 full-time employees in that department. And I think my goal today would be to establish priorities for the department that are in line with council's goals, as well as working with the other departments' goals, right? Kind of cohesive, consistent marching orders.
Excellent. That was coming in the second step, not today.
Not today, okay.
Like the big picture, but I'll walk you through that. But there will be alignment and cohesion.
Okay. End game.
Hello, my name's Jennifer Wersing. I'm the Public Works Director. I've been here for 14.5 years. Public Works oversees engineering, operations, water quality divisions that are responsible for storm, sewer, and road infrastructure, the city facilities, and parks. What I want to get out of today, or this process, there's a lot of different directions we can go there in Public Works, so to have a clear vision.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you all. The majority of the clients that I work with are doing some sort of thing to create economic prosperity or economic development in their communities, whether that be through straight economic development, business retention and attraction, whether it be through tourism, whether it be through shifting their downtown, all of that. Plus, I have a strong background in tourism as well. I've written destination development plans for organizations. So where my view is the ecosystem in which you sit, right? And how do you take that ecosystem and have the greatest impact? You're responsible for making things in the city work. I mean, particularly, Jennifer, you have to make sure your infrastructure works, right? So you want this direction, and you all have the passion and desire to have this be a great place, right? So this is about having a plan for the city itself to hold that, and so that when you interact with all the ecosystems which you interact, which are a lot, that you're making the impact that's the most important and most focused. And I wrote down your actionable intentionality, Jacob. That's what this is actually about. Strategic planning allows you as much to say yes as it does to say no to things. And that's part of why it's very important. One of my clients who actually is here in Coos Bay had a very long career working with tribal councils. And one of the things she said that she learned is that many of the tribal council thought of the future, that the decision they make now could impact up to 8 generations going forward. And so strategic planning is about the legacy of the future and future leaders for your community. So I want you to put that lens on as we work today, that we're looking very big picture of what impacts the decisions now make down the line. Very important, particularly for a city when you have infrastructure development. I have another city that I'm working with, and past councils actually kicked the can down the line for some of their infrastructure improvements, and it had enormous ramification because it's 10 times more expensive now to do those things, right? And so this is the kind of thing we're going to be thinking about, and we have at the table here all of your different perspectives, which is very important, and I'll talk about that in a minute. So I'm going to walk you through our structure. We are going to have you leave the dais today. This is about interaction, cohesion, teamwork, and so we will move around the room. I just want to forewarn you, we are going to do that. You'll also notice that at your place there are pipe cleaners and silly putty. Feel free to interact with them. Science shows that when you move your fingers or your hands, your brain thinks better. So they are there to access, and I do find with my clients that there becomes a whole creative bent that happens with things that are done with your silly putty and your pipe cleaners. So don't be afraid to open them. They're there to use, and I encourage you to use them. Have a little fun. This is going to be fun today, right? Strategic planning is one of my passions, and I don't just do this with organizations, I do it in my life. And I call it life design, because if you said, oh, I have a strategic plan for my life, people would think it was the biggest dork ever. But I believe that when you have clarity, it's so much easier to make decisions. Clarity of what's important, clarity of what you want in your future, right? So I do this all around in my life, with organizations, with people, because it helps. If you have clarity, you can make a decision pretty easily, right? It's when we agonize, am I making the right decision? Well, if you have the foundation to make decisions, you are very confident in what you can do moving forward. Another thing I will just invite you to think about as we move forward today is, yes, there is an economic depression here that you're experiencing. I saw it all over your assessment. Let's have a shift in mindset. I call that limiting belief. Yes, you do, but what can you do with that? How can you do something different? How can you make an impact? At one point, I was the CEO of Chamber of Commerce, actually in the city of Gresham, which is in East Multnomah County, and it is very economically depressed in East Multnomah County. And I worked with 3 separate superintendents of schools, and we had one of our government forums. We had all the superintendents come and talk about what they were doing. Well, as you know, education funding is always scarce. It's hard, right? So 2 of the superintendents got up and said, oh, we're so strapped and we can hardly do anything and we can hardly do this and that, so we're just limping along the best we can. The 3rd one got up, and he had the largest district. And he said, yes, we have our limitations, but instead of looking at it that way, we're looking at who we partner with and how we can do this and how we can leverage our talents around the table and what we can do with them. He was in what I call like this possibility mindset of what could he do with the resources he had, rather than sitting in this place of scarcity of not being able to do things. So I invite you to think of that today, about what is possible with what you have and how do you leverage that with all of the amazing talent and skill and experience around this table. That's what strategic planning is about. And then actionable intentionality to make it happen. That's what it's about. So I will accompany you through several parts of this journey. And then again, I'm working in the community with ORCA, and I'm working with SCDC, and I actually have a potential contract with the college as well. So I've been working in your community for 4 or 5 years now. I worked with Marshall Hart at the museum on the thing and on her housing. She has a housing group too. So I actually have been in your community in and out for the last 5 years, and so have a pretty good visibility, of different areas and different things within the community. So I'm not coming in blind, and so I just want you to know that as well. Okay, you can pop my slides up, Christine. Thank you. So I like to do everything and provide context for you, because everything works better when we have context, right? And so I'm going to walk you through what we're going to do today. There are very few slides. Most of what we will do today is interactive. But I'd like everyone to understand what that interactivity is going to look like, right? So, hopefully this is going to work. There we go. Okay, so our focus is to develop a plan of the most important strategic areas to address in the coming 2 to 3 years. Now, Nicole and I talked about this, and in the past you have done your planning for 2 years. My suggestion is that you consider doing a 3-year plan and having the reevaluation of that plan not right when council is reseated, but in the first term after council is reseated. Does that make sense? Because then those of you who are new councilors have had a year of an existing plan, and there's continuity. And so I'm just inviting you to think about that as a possibility. Okay? You can do whatever you want. I'm just inviting you to think about that. Strategic planning creates a framework within which to work, and we'll talk about how that works in a second. So our structure today, we're going to go through the strategic planning process, and then we will talk about top priorities. I know you all worked on the assessment, which I appreciate. We're going to take what came out of that and take it deeper. Because what happens, it's not a duplicative process. What happens is when we actually talk about it in the room, we fill out the ideas of what that really means, and you actually can see how you all have continuity and where you align, right? So we're going to go deeper into that, and that will be a framework. We will define the focus areas, which is my word as a strategic planner for your big buckets. It's 100,000-foot big buckets, so it may seem very, very broad. And then we will work on strategies that come up underneath the focus areas to support that. And the strategies are also very high level. We will not be getting into operational. That comes, the next one we have in March, where we're going to work on with what comes out of this session, and we will look at high level things in the work plan that will help to support the actionable implementation of the plan. So I want to manage your expectations. Say we are not walking out of here today with a plan. We are walking out of here today with a structure, and then we will get into the plan as we go along. This is my best metaphor of this. It's like we're taking a jigsaw puzzle box and we're dumping it on the table, and we're going to make the frame today, right? We're going to make the outline. And strategic planning is all about, it's like sausage making. It's kind of messy, right? So today could be messy, not in that you're contentious, but messy in that you're like, I don't quite see where we're going yet, and that's okay. Strategic planning is also, it's the stamp in the ground that begins organizational change. Every strategic plan I do with a client, I make sure they understand that it will cause organizational change. It's part of why you do it, because it helps you to develop and not stick in the past, right? Because you need to be looking forward to what you want. When you think of developments, there's a really amazing development happening on the Vancouver waterfront in Vancouver, Washington. That was 30 years in the making, and now it's starting to bloom. I mean, it's pretty incredible every time you go. So this is the kind of thing we're thinking very far forward, right? We will take breaks throughout, and lunch is coming. And the thing is, I will have you get up and move around, because we can't, our brains don't work very well when we just sit. And we'll take breaks when we need to. I call them body fluid level adjustment breaks, in or out, right? And we will do that. And I also believe that the mind can only absorb what the seat can endure. Many people in your jobs here are not people who sit. So you don't have to sit all day. So I also believe it's important to understand roles. And I'm here as a subject matter expert. I've probably done more than 70 strategic plans over the last 10 to 15 years. So I've seen it all, right? I have worked with many different government elected officials in many different capacities. I've worked with leaders of departments. Most of my clientele is leadership. It's all about people who want something to go forward, right? So I'm bringing my subject matter expertise to help you get to the best result. I will also say that as a subject matter expert, I will provide information. I'm not your typical facilitator. A lot of facilitators just get you through the conversation. Well, I don't do that. I am not your Father's Buick kind of facilitator. I actually provide you with input and things that I see that may help you to inform your plan. And I will tell you, I'm going to take off my facilitator hat right now and provide some context or something that you might think about. It's actually one of the values I bring to the table, because I do this a lot. And I also have a vested interest that my clients are very successful. And I was actually thinking about it today. I was kind of excited to come here, because since I'm working with several other organizations, I feel like there could be some amazing growth in this community. And you are sitting on the precipice of some pretty amazing things when you think about the port, and the opportunity that you have is so great. It's really exciting for me to work with organizations that are in this place. You're on this place of change that could be incredible. What are you going to do with it is what I'm going to ask you, right? I will keep the flow and the time. We do have our Zoom up for the public piece of the meeting, even though this is a work session. And then you here are participants in many different ways. You all bring broad perspectives. You're here to listen, to contribute, to absorb, but we're mostly going to stay at a very high level. So if you dip down, I'm going to ask you to come back up and say, what would that be if we looked at that at a higher strategic viewpoint? That's part of my job here, is to help you keep there, because that's what we need to get out of today. When we move into the work plan part, we will get into a little bit more of the operational things of how those things are going to fit within the plan. But today we're staying very high level strategic. And for those of you who have a frontline position or manage groups that have a frontline position, know that this will have impact and import to what you do. But it's not today necessarily that we're going to get to that. That it's in this big framework, like I'm saying, of the puzzle. Okay. So the next part is I like to create a container. Whoops. I'm used to focusing the other way because my slides are that way. Okay, we need to go backwards, Christine. Hold on a second. Sorry. Technical difficulty. Here we go. Oh, there we go. Okay. Maybe I'll stand over here. Okay. I like to set what I call a container. People work better together when they have an agreement around how they're going to work. And I'm here to hold the container for you of candid conversation. And so here are some things that I would ask you to engage with. First of all, strategic planning is creative. It's one of the reasons why I like it. You know, when I was younger, my sister was like an artist. I'm like, oh, I'm not creative. But I realized where I'm creative is in business and in this type of thing, right? So when we think about strategic planning, it's like you have a magic wand. This is my magic wand. So if you need it during the daytime, you can borrow my magic wand. Because we're thinking creatively and expansively about this whole thing about what could be, where can we go, right? The other part is that we want balanced participation. People think differently. People absorb information differently. And so some of you may be able to absorb and right away say something. Some of you may be more quiet and be a ruminator is what I call it. I have a client who's a ruminator and needs to think a lot before they pop out with their ideas. So we want to make room for both. So if you're one of those people who can just pop out and be like, blah, you know, I may ask you at some point to hold back and get some other views so that we're getting a balanced participation around the room. It's really important. The other thing I would say is if you are newer, there's a couple newer council members, all views are very important because the more views you have, the greater perspectives you have around the table and the full spectrum of ideas that come. And so that's why it's really important to share what's coming up for you. Even if you're like, oh, I'm just new to this, I don't know. It doesn't matter. Every view is important around this table because you all represent something different in a view of life. The other thing is, I can only have Allison Hart's view because I'm in my own self, right? And that's all each of us can have. So we want to be respectful of each other's views, even if they're completely 180 degrees opposite, right? I actually think disagreement is a good thing. It's the full spectrum. It's like opening the aperture for all opinions, and that's what makes a strong strategic plan. And what I like to call is opening the aperture of dissent, and not a polarizing dissent, but a polite one where you're saying, well, I actually have a really different view. That really different view can help to inform a whole different area that you may not have considered from your own lens. So I just ask that you be open to everyone's lens and also be open to sharing your lens if it's completely different. We're looking for true authenticity and genuinely coming forth with the talents that you bring to the table and your perspective. That's what this is about. I'd also ask you to be an inquiry. We all don't know what we don't know, right? And so just be open to what may come up. There may be opportunities for you to change your mind. And just speak the different perspective. All of those things are important. Largely, what I'm asking you to do is bring your best self to this process, and we're going to share the responsibility of the social interaction and make it the most positive possible. Doesn't mean you can't have a diverse or a competing view, but let's be respectful in how we communicate that, and we're always disagreeing with ideas, not people, right? Always ideas, not people. And see your lens as your truth, but someone else's lens is their truth. That's just how it is in the world, because we can only look through our own eyes. The other thing is the DWGDYTTD means do what you got to do. You will not be able to sit the whole day here. And so if you need to get up, I have groups I work with where I need people pace the room. Fine with me. It works. If you need to go to the bathroom or not at a break, go do it. If you need to get a snack, there's snacks in the back, do it. right? I ask you to take care of yourself so you can be fully engaged in the process. The other thing that I would ask is, there's this thing that happens with groups, is sometimes you have what I call a moment of brilliance, and you turn to the person next to you and you share your idea with them. Well, that's excellent on one level because you're having an idea. It actually takes attention away from whomever's speaking or anyone else in the room. And so I ask that we give people our respect by having one conversation at a time. And if you do have a moment of brilliance, I will actually turn to you and ask you to share it with the room, because it actually may be the thing that's a question that someone else had, or it may be a viewpoint that moves the whole process. And so please, if you're having one of those rumination moments and Stephanie, you want to turn to Joe, you know, say it out loud instead. I'm not picking on you, I just happen to be looking at you.
I've already done it like 3 times.
I know. And know that I am true to my word. I will actually stop the facilitation and ask you to share what you just said, right? So don't be surprised if that happens. I also think it's important to honor people by giving each other our full attention and our respect. That's what really it's about to me. And side conversations are distracting, and it takes away from the process. Now, the other thing we'll do is we may have topics that come up that are important, that we see that need to be addressed, but they're not what we're here to do today. And so we will put that in a parking lot, and that will be your job, Nicole, to make sure it ends up wherever it needs to be addressed, in a staff meeting or on a council agenda or something like that. Because things do come up in strategic planning. I had one client that had something that came up that was so important, it could have taken them 2 days talking about it to get to it, and we had to table it, right? Because that's not what we were there to do. So, okay. Now, okay. So, I carry around this menagerie. My children are grown, so it's not because I have a passion for Beanie Babies. When you look at this picture, what do you think these animals might represent?
That nobody wants to talk about.
The elephant in the room that nobody wants to talk about, right? And so Chelsea, what do you see when you look at this picture?
Making sure that everybody participates and feels like they can share and not be judged.
Yeah,
and
but look at the picture of the room with the elephant.
Okay.
In the picture?
Simplify. The elephant is causing a problem in the room.
He is, or she is. So I love this picture because the elephant in the room actually is destructive to an organization if you are not talking about the things that need to be talked about. It actually inhibits growth or forward movement. It's also toxic. You know, so that room is a mess, right? So I leave this up here to remind you and invite you to invoke the elephant in the room. Some of you have been here a long time, you know, and maybe there are things that you need to talk about that haven't been talked about. I'm here to hold the container and also to help you have some of those conversations should you need to have them. You know, I've had some really compelling conversations in my strategic planning. I had one that was so compelling, we actually had to stop the strategic plan because the issue that we were talking about was so great, we couldn't put it in the parking lot because it completely impacted their strategic direction. And we had to pause and have that conversation before we moved forward. So know that sometimes that happens. You know, I think that all conversations can happen if you do it respectfully and are candid. And so I hold a space for us to do that. All right, what do you think this is, this cow? It's the sacred cow. Yes, I love that. And when you were reading, Sarah, I was like, it's the cow, it's the cow, it's the cow, you know, when you were reading your passage from that city manager. If you stick in what's always been done, or how you've always done it, or the past, you will never move forward to the future. You will never see the possibility. And so I bring this cow because sometimes you have to slay the cow or put it out to pasture. You choose the metaphor you want. I had one group that got really upset when I said slay the cow, so I used both of them. But when I was in Eastern Oregon, they're like, of course we're going to slay the cow because we're going to have it for dinner. So, you know, it just depends on your metaphor. But I put these here, and I ask you to engage in this process. And also, if there's a cow, say, whoa, I think that's a cow. We have a lot of new staff persons here, right? Nicole shared with me that you have several new leadership staff. And this is as much about team building as the outcome. The strategic planning is a process. We will have a really great outcome, I promise you that. but it's also about you coming together and working as a team and getting to know each other. That's really, really important. And so the cow and the elephant are a big part of this. Now I've lost my clicker. Okay, so is everybody in agreement to engage with the participation in the cow and the elephant? Good, great. I usually do this off my own.
So Allison, can I ask you
Can you
something?
advance me? Yes, Joe.
So we have an individual in the audience. I'd like to know who he is, so when we're interacting, we know who we're talking to.
Okay, let me get through where we are, and then I'll have George introduce himself, okay? Is that all right, George?
Sure.
All right, go ahead, forward. Oh, no. Other way, other way. Okay, I'm just gonna have you advance it because it's not working. So, okay, next one. Okay, let's pause. You know, this is open to the public, and George has put the time in today to be here to learn. So, can you introduce yourself, George?
My name is George Wolver, and I'm retired, so I just wanted to start getting involved. All the years that I've been here, I moved here in '78. I've seen a lot of things happen, voting for people who I thought were going to be taking care of what I thought was right. And I've seen Coos Bay. I moved here because it's a port town. Seeing the ports, San Francisco, Seattle, thought it would grow. I had a chance to move to Bend or here, and I was born and raised in the San Francisco Bay Area, so I saw the boom there. And I haven't seen nothing, you know, in 50 years, and it's kind of interesting to see all of a sudden. And I haven't been to the meeting, so I haven't seen what you guys have been planning. But now it sounds like, well, let's start planning. My kids moved away because there's nothing here. All my friends' kids moved away. I mean, all you have is a bunch of. I was told that 55% of the population of Coos Bay is 55 years and older. So I've seen industries trying to come into Coos Bay, but the people won't let it come in.
Right. So you're here to just observe.
Yeah, I just want to get involved and kind of learn more of what you guys are doing, and I don't know if there's anything I can do to change. I see a lot of things that I see need change, and it seems like you're hitting on the topic. So I'm just kind of trying to get knowledge.
Yeah, thank you, George. Thanks for your time today.
Yeah, welcome.
Mike and Josh, are those your children?
Pardon me?
Mike and Josh, are those your children?
One's Mike, one's Tim.
Tim. Oh, that was
Yeah.
Tim.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There you
All right, can you move us to the next slide? So I want to put strategic planning framework into perspective and why you do it. And strategic planning aligns the people and the resources. To your point, Melissa, how do you budget if you don't know what the most important things are to focus on, right? You have constraints as a city because there are things that you have to do, but there's development that needs to happen outside of it. So it helps everyone align so that you all see the same picture. And that's why we also have council and all the leadership staff here. And it also tells your stakeholders, which in your case are your public and your partners and all of those people, where you're going, and invite them to participate. There may be opportunities for greater partnership. That's actually one of the things that came up in your assessment, is how do you partner to leverage things. And that superintendent that I was telling you about that was doing such great work, it was because he was leveraging partnerships who could do some of the things that he couldn't do. It also demonstrates good stewardship. This is one of the most important things for a council to do or a leadership body to do is strategic planning. Because you're looking forward to the legacy of the future to set some things in stone or set some things in motion rather. It also ensures consistency from one year to the next, and this is why I invited you to think about maybe doing a 3-year cycle rather than a 2-year cycle. You know, leadership changes when you're an elected body, when you're an organization, whatever, leadership changes. And so what strategic planning does is even with those leadership changes, it keeps continuity. So it's not just the flavor of the day with whichever administration you're in. It's actually continuity that leaders can help bring it from time to time. One of the mayor of the other city that I'm working with, he was like, this is so great because when we did the 3-year review, and they did a 5-year plan and we did a 3-year review, and there were new council members, and he said, this is so great because we're reviewing this, but we still have all the same priorities that are important. The top things that were important in the first set of strategic plan that we did still were the top. You know, and so they were able to see that through the progression of the planning, even with new people who came to the table.
Was that the intention today, that we're moving to 3-year? I don't remember that discussion.
I'm just saying,
Okay.
I'm just saying that it's an idea to think about a 3-year rather than a 2-year, because it gives you a chance as a counselor to have things happen. I would say also, strategic planning takes time, and the implementation will take time. And the 3-year window seems to be the best. I've worked with a lot of different plans, and before COVID, everyone was like, oh, 5-year plan. 5 years is way too long because so much changes. 3 years seems to be a good in the middle place. So you know, Nicole asked me to do 2, but this is where I'm taking off my facilitator hat, putting on my consultant hat, and suggesting that or inviting you to think of it differently, right? So you get to decide. That's not my decision.
May I ask you a question?
Yes.
So we've done goal planning, well, since I've been on council, since 2016, and we're using the word strategic plan. And so I just want to be clear. Do you think that in looking at what we have done in the past, do you think that is strategic planning, or do you think that's goal setting?
I think it's goal setting.
So today we're doing something different.
Yes, you're doing something different.
I just wanted to make sure that.
Yeah, actually, Nicole and I talked about that, because when I got the invitation, it says, this says goal setting. And I said, we're not goal setting, we're doing a much bigger picture here of strategic planning.
Okay.
And it is different. There will be goal setting as a part of the process, Lucinda, but it's like it comes down the line once we set the framework. So both things will happen.
Perfect. I guess I want the citizens to know that as well, that we have done goal setting in the past, and this is just a slight shift, and we're doing strategic planning in addition to goal setting.
Beautiful question. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay. The other thing that is important about strategic planning, and this is for all of you who are the leaders of departments at the table, this allows you to provide direction for your departments because you have a bigger picture of what's going on with the whole. It helps you with your part of the whole. And then the tactical work, tactical is the implementation part of the operational part, right? And council's role is to set the strategic direction and policy, and staff's role is to do the implementation therein. And so today, staff, I'm really gonna ask you to keep your view high to the high level of the big picture. I know your view is like, okay, how do I make all this work for my department, right? But in the bigger picture, we want your view because you see a different lens, a different level in the community, right? And so that's why we need all of these pieces of information to make this plan. Okay, you can advance me. Okay, so strategic planning is also a process. I've worked with so many organizations where their board or their leader is like, oh great, we did it, we did the retreat, we're done. And I'm like, no way, you're not even close. What do you see about this picture I have, this image?
Circle.
It is a circle. It's a cyclical process. What else do you notice, Jeff, about it?
There's no ending.
There's like starting points and stopping points, and then it starts over again. You're always.
You do. Yeah, it's a cycle. It's a process improvement process, basically. The other thing you'll notice is that there's a gray part of a smaller arrow, and what that means is the first, if you can't read it, the first word says you have a champion, the first step, and that's someone who's going to drive the process. So that person is Nicole. That doesn't mean she's doing everything. It means she has visibility to the whole plan and to making sure it's actually moving forward. The second part of strategic planning is the assessment. That's where we did a survey to ask you what you were seeing. The third part is the planning, which we're doing this today, and we're going to work on it again on March 1st. Right? But look at that. That's a quarter of the circle. So what does that mean? It means that 3/4 of it, Carmen, is implementation. Right? And so this is where people lose sight, and I used to just do the strategic plan with my clients, but I started working with them deeper in the implementation because I found that they weren't focusing on the 3/4 part of the plan to make it successful, and it really is 3/4 of the work. And so I just want you to be mindful that we're just doing the beginning process, and there's way more to do as we integrate this into the fabric of your organization. Right? This is just the start. Or you can advance, Christine. Okay, So strategic planning is founded in the vision and mission first, and then we get to the focus areas, the strategies, and eventually the goal setting, Lucinda, and then tactical actions to get stuff done. And that's the flow. So today we're going to focus on the focus areas and strategies. I start big picture. My process and method is we're going to start really big picture, and then we're going to hone it down in like a funnel, if you can imagine a funnel. And so I'll tell you where we are in the process. Like we're here, kind of the wide mouth of the funnel right now is what we're doing, and then we'll get down further. Go ahead, Christine. So the other thing about strategic planning is, you make the plan, you're like, woo, we have our plan, we have our direction. And then what actually happens is all these squiggly things, and if I could have figured out how to do a loop-de-loop in my slide, I would have, because life happens, COVID happens, funding happens or doesn't happen, all kinds of things happen. And so this is where some fluidity in the plan is really important, to have a very strong framework. Because when life happens, you need to shift. And I have a client, I also do strategic planning for Small Business Development Center networks for like whole states. I'm working with 4 different states right now across the nation. And I was working with Oregon Small Business Development Network when COVID hit. And we were deep into their strategic plan. Their strategic plan gave them a foundation of how to function during COVID. And we just had to update or move some priorities, but the plan was solid. And so we kept going back to the plan to say, okay, in the face of adversity, which we never thought we would see, it was like the plague, a modern day plague, right, if you will, and that might be extreme, but you know what I mean. All the things that happened, we still were able to stay within the framework of their strategic plan. And so that's where the squiggly comes in, and you go back to your plan and say, okay, where did we say our foundations were? So that's what this is about. I think of the strategic plan like you have a riverbank, and everything that happens is what flows through. Now think about a river. How many people are water people, or like the river or the ocean or whatever? If you go to the shore of a river or the ocean or the bay, is it the same every time you go? No, it's different every time you go because life is fluid. The only thing that is certain in life is that change is going to happen over and over and over, right? And so we have to think about it. We may set the framework and then have to think about how to be creative within the framework when things change. Okay. If you can move the slide. Okay, so that's where we're going to start today, and that gives you kind of the bigger picture. And then we're going to be very interactive. So I will ask you to get up from the dais. I'm not sure. I think we can still capture the sound because I think it's important that we move around. Does anybody need a break? I mean, 10:30 is usually when I do a break because it's a coffee morning and it's Saturday, and so we'll probably take a little break before we move to the next thing because I know I could use a B-flab. So we'll do a B-flab for 10 minutes. So it's 10:25. So at 10:35 we will start the next part, which will be way more interactive. So if you need to do your beverage or do the other part, go for it. This is our I said we're going to look at kind of this funnel approach, going from big picture to honing it down to get to our intentionality, Jacob. But as I also said with the picture of the circle, part of the circle is the assessment. And with every client, I do an assessment. Some of them are more rigorous than others, or more audiences. But what I want to show you, because we split the assessment between the staff answers and the council answers, because it's nice to see the juxtaposition of the two. So if you could go ahead and pop up the slides, Christine. And why I show these is so that we can see where your priorities lie. And like I said, we're going to get deeper into these. So we can go ahead and have the slides. Okay. Let's see. I know. So I'm showing you these, and this will help inform our process, but we're also going to go deeper, like I said. So in the survey, I asked you what your top priorities are. And so from the perspective of process, as a consultant, I'm looking for themes as I look at these, right? And so then I theme them high level, and I bring them to your attention of the things that came up, high level themes. Through the lens that I use, having done a lot of strategic plans. And so these are my words, but they are words that came also from your words. And so the combination here is the leadership, meaning the council is on the left and the staff answer were on the right. And I bring up the top 3 responses that happen, right, in terms of, and because I do an open survey, and while I could have somebody on the staff, on my staff, tabulate them, I do it myself because it helps me to get to know you, because I read all of your comments, and I bring them together and say, okay, this is what we saw as important. So if you look at this, you know, what came up on the council side was housing as a top priority, along with infrastructure, and that included all parts of infrastructure, whether it be transportation, multimodal, you know, all things infrastructure. I high-leveled it to everything infrastructure, right? Which also includes broadband, and that type of thing. That's a part of infrastructure.
I'm curious about that because I think the multimodal transport is so important that it, I mean, I think for myself, I probably put infrastructure as one and then also multimodal transport as one, and so I'm curious about combining them.
Yeah, because I wanted to capture it because you were the only person who put multimodal transportation, and or maybe one other. There were not. When I look at the tabulate, like I look at the raw data, there were less of those, but I knew it was a part of a bigger picture of infrastructure. And when we actually make the work plan and look at this, infrastructure may be a big picture, and transportation becomes a part of it, but it doesn't mean it's not important. You understand what I'm saying? And this is just,
I just don't necessarily agree.
and that's great, yeah, that's great. It's just for information right now. And as we tease this out, Stephanie, do you want to share?
Yes, I was just saying that it could be that, I'm not saying that it may not have fit in that top 3, but you moved it up to the
Because
top
it's
3
important.
because it is important.
Yeah.
It may have been outside of that.
Yeah, it wouldn't have come up in that top piece had I not put the 2 together. Carmen, did you have a comment?
No, sorry, I'm not raising my hand. I'm just elevating it.
Working on Zoom, people move, and I'm like, did you have a comment? Because when you're doing Zoom, you have to watch it. So, and you made a good point, Sarah. You know, this is my lens that I'm bringing up the things that they're most important, and there may have been a bunch of comments, and I really up-leveled it. And this is a good exercise as we look at, when we go into the planning, we're looking very high level, right? Transportation is a part of infrastructure, right? It may mean, you know, something different when we get further in our process, down in our funnel, but I wanted to make sure we captured that. Okay. And then economic development, that was important. Economic development means so many things to so many people, so we will work on defining that a little bit greater as we move into the process. and it's important, particularly where you sit and your opportunities in this community. There's so much opportunity. It's kind of exciting. Okay. On the staff side, the financial stability was at the very top, along with process efficiencies. Every strategic plan, and then infrastructure is right up there too. So, you know, there's a commonality there. Every strategic plan typically has an internal facing strategy and external facing strategy. You cannot do one without the other. Because if your internal processes and infrastructure isn't there, you actually can't do all the external stuff. So this made total sense to me the way this came up. Any comments or thoughts? Surprises? Anything?
Nope.
All right. That was the top part. Yeah.
I
Jacob.
will say, it was surprising to me to see staff say financial stability. That was surprising
In
to
what
me.
regard?
I would have, I wouldn't imagine that to be the top priority, or a top priority. My thought was, you know, if we have a budget, it's pretty well spelled out and you kind of know what's coming. And to feel that that wasn't the case was surprising to me.
So before you speak, I'd like to invite any staff members to comment and help Jacob understand why that was a top priority for you. But
I guess I didn't know it was that
Yeah.
unstable.
I guess stability to me means long-term certainty. From year to year, we certainly have budgets that guides us, but we are balancing from year to year priorities because our revenues are not keeping pace with our expenditures. And while we have a document that guides what we do annually, it doesn't address long-term stability.
any other staff comments? Please.
I think you put it very well. I think the concern is the stability of our finances. Yeah, we have a budget that kind of lays out maybe that particular year, but if you're looking at from year to year, you're looking for, as a department head, you're looking for that stability, making sure that you can maintain your staffing levels, provide the materials and services that you need to run your department. So.
I appreciate that. I interpreted that as now, council, you're so aggressive in your goals, and the city does such a great job, or the team does, of helping us achieve our goals. That that was to me that slow it down just a little bit. That's what I heard.
So I am more on the staff side, maybe because I see us. Every city in Oregon is heading towards a cliff. It just depends when it's going to happen.
Yeah.
Because of situations and stability, however you want to put it, unfunded mandates. We got PERS, we got insurance, and there's no way for us to keep up with that with not economic development. I don't even know if we did fantastic economic development, we could keep up with it. We'd have to have some tax reform, and I think that's the problem, Jacob. So when you get into the budget, which I don't think you've had at the time, I think some of that will come clear.
Did either of you have comments?
I'll comment. The reason why I put that down was just because with our infrastructure and the funding sources for that infrastructure, it's just not, it doesn't cover it. Gas tax, it needs to be reformed, doesn't cover the infrastructure we need to do on our streets. We want housing, but we need to have the infrastructure to support housing. We don't have that funding, so that's why I put that.
Yeah, it's like a domino effect. Stephanie.
And I would say, I'm surprised I didn't actually put that down because I don't think the public understands the difficulties that all they see is government waste, and without truly understanding what is happening with the money and how much really the tax that they pay, what portion of that funds the budget.
Yeah. It's
they don't have an understanding.
With the public of not understanding how public budget buckets work. And having worked with a lot of elected officials, when you get the thing where someone's like, "Why can't you just move that money there into here?" Well, it doesn't work that way, right? And so there is a challenge there. And I was looking in your survey, and I will tell you. I think that funding came up, it was the next thing for council. I'm just checking here, see what
Under
it came up.
weaknesses, staff said funding.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it did come up on the council radar, it was just lower down than other things. Yeah, and I just want to say, to your point, Joe, when you look at, there was recently an article about the governor's mandate about, you know, using union contractors for road projects. And in the rural communities, how detrimental that is, actually, to even having someone local be able to work on it, because many local companies can't do it. I mean, there's just so many things that are factors that are complicated.
But even in larger cities, because I know an engineer up in Portland, and he told me there was a project that was just awarded, and because of that, on a bridge, it's gonna cost them like 30 or 40 million more. So it's not just detrimental to us.
It's
I mean,
everywhere.
it's not even factionable, basically.
Exactly.
Right, but up there, it's even a problem, so it's, yeah.
And and I bring that up because it's about the environment in which you're working as a city government, and trying to work within all, you have county things, and there's county issues with your county funding, there's the state, there's all kinds of issues, and so it's complicated, it's very complicated. Okay, so this is the top priorities. We're going to dig into this deeper, and we may parse some of these out, Sarah, you know, because we're going to do this again as a group where everyone is talking about it. You can go ahead and advance for me, Christine. So the next one was around the SWOT, and the SWOT may seem very straightforward, but there is so much that comes out of SWOT that are illuminating, and because I read all the comments, they're very helpful. It's a very simple tool that's very helpful for strategic planning. So when we looked at strengths, it was people all over the place. It's all about the people. And that this isn't just the staff, this was council, it was leadership, it was the people who are making everything happen. And so that came up really high. And the reason why there's only one on the staff side is because it was so much far above everyone else that there wasn't, the next one down was so like, it was like 2 or something. So I only put that one there. And then we had development opportunities within this graphic location, the size of the city, importance to the codes, like that. Actually, I put that all together. It may not seem like it fits, but it does, because it was all those things that make the development opportunities. Thoughts, comments?
I mean, I think the people, staff, leadership, volunteers, all of that, I think you saw that already when the people who sit here say, I'm on this board, I'm on that board, this is the fabric of the folks who are out there making the things happen across the city. So that is our biggest strength, is the people who sit at this table are driving that work.
Yeah. Go ahead and advance, Christine. So next was the weaknesses, and again, the comparative, the emergency preparedness. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I was ruminating. I just think that I think people are unaware that we are the largest city on the Oregon coast, and I think that's important to recognize. I don't know. I think sometimes it's a challenge. I think one of the things, and maybe I'm going off topic, so you can tell me if I'm going off topic, is trying to let the public understand what we control and what we don't control. I was just telling that to George. I think that after being on this council for 8 years, there's this general notion that, you know, like the challenges we were just talking about with the city can't control that. We can't do anything about it. The challenges with the county, you know, we work on, we talk about partnerships and relationships, but we can't do anything about that. And so I guess I just want to put that out there. We are the largest city on the Oregon coast, and I think this council recognizes that, and we want to be leaders for that, but it also it's a huge, it's a burden as well.
Yeah, exactly. And you said something that made me think about kind of our overall political environment right now, and my son is very challenged by that. And I said, you know, it would be good to look at, here's the uncontrollable state, county things that you can't control. Here are the controllable things. So what we're going to look at is what are the controllable things. And is there opportunity for you when those type of things come, like to work with the League of Cities and say, okay, these unfunded mandates are killing us, and so let's all band together and leverage those relationships so you can have a voice in the bigger picture. So it's all about thinking about how do you leverage it to make a difference, being the position that you are of a leader city because you're the largest city on the coast, right? Thinking about those kind of things. Any other comments, thoughts? Here, oh, sorry, we're going to move back to here. Weaknesses. Now, as we go through this process, you'll see today, as we do our funnel process, weaknesses, strengths can also be a weakness, can also be an opportunity. And so they all funnel together, they all tie together. And so we're looking for those ties when we get to the actual steps of the plan. So here with the weaknesses, emergency preparedness came up a lot. And that included communication within the public of them understanding what that meant. On the leadership side, the council side, you didn't have like a predominant, there were a lot of answers that were different. There wasn't like a predominant one thing that stuck out kind of like the other. So this is a good deal of the answers. The staff capacity and new staff, the combination of those things came up. And then the budget constraints and permitting requirements. Permitting requirements came up a lot throughout the survey, actually, those comments. On the staff side, it was funding. Now, staff challenges had to do with like some silos and not working together as teams, some things like that, and also communication within the departments and that type of thing. Instead of like listing them all out, I just put challenges in general, just a bigger picture. How do you address those? And then capacity. Every strategic plan I've done probably in the last 5 years has had some capacity thing in it. How do you take what you have and work to your optimum capacity? You know, and people are tired, people are working hard, you know, so how do you address this by, and I think part of it, how it gets addressed is by prioritizing and being intentional in your prioritization. Right? But for some departments, you know, you have to provide what you do. If you get called on fire, you have to send somebody, right? That can't fall through the wayside, so you have to figure out how to do it with the resources that you have. Same for public works. You know, through a big pipe break, you're not going to just let it flow everywhere, right? You know, there's just stuff that has to happen, and that's what makes it, you know, there's more complexity in a city plan. Is there any comments on this, any thoughts? You have something?
I was kind of maybe if the first one, that's on leadership. Those feel close, but kind of different ideas there. So kind of maybe talking about that a little bit. Obviously, the emergency preparedness, because we just had a significant thing, I see that. But public communication feels a little bit different than that, so looping those together.
It was tied to emergency preparedness in the community, the communication to the public within that.
Okay.
But we could separate them out. And like I said, what I sent this formulated piece to Nicole, but there's also the raw data. So if everyone wants to see the raw data, just send it to them. Because then you can see how I themed it. And if it's not appropriate, it's fine. We can pull them apart. It's not a problem. You know, but I put it in there because it was specific to emergency situations.
I see staff capacity as part of a symptom of a lack of funding in a lot of ways too.
Yes.
Just asking staff to do 1.5 times their job when that's just tough. So
yeah,
it's seen. It's a lot of work that we're all trying to accomplish, and that makes it difficult. Just funding is always going to be an issue, I guess.
Yeah, and so as we move through the process, Carmen, it's about how do you make decisions that help, you know, support the staff capacity. And by looking at your goals, Lucinda, that could be one of the ways of how to work with that, right? What are the goals towards helping to support better capacity? It may not mean more people, it may be doing things differently. I often think about that. It's not like doing something more or harder, it's looking at how you do it differently, and that's where you take the cow and you say, are we doing cow things here, that we're just doing it the way we've always been doing it, instead of looking at how do we do it differently? And one of the things that came up was the opportunity for internal processes on the staff side to be improved. And that actually, it takes time on the get-go, on the front end to do it, but on the back end, it actually improves capacity. Okay, next slide, Christine. And then the opportunities were, again, let me make sure that's correct. I have a feeling that slide is not correct. Just a second. Let me double check. Okay, I have a goof there. Sorry. Let me update that one. Just go ahead and go out of that slide, but let me tell you what this is. I made a goof here. The top priority for opportunities for council was, you can go ahead and just backtrack one slide, because I need to update this, and I'll give you the updated slide at the break. Economic development, including the port and tourism, came up as the top council opportunity. The second one was housing and working with developers to bring that in. Those were the two top. And so I apologize, I made a goof on my slide. Those were for council. If you want to write that in on your slide, again, it was economic development, including the port and tourism. That was 6 comments. And then housing and working with developers to bring that in, that was 3. So I apologize about that.
And it's just for you guys' reference on page 3.
Yes,
It is correct in here.
Oh, it is. So I put it one place, but not another place.
Yeah, that's not.
Sometimes that happens. It's a lot of information when you're working with, so I apologize on that. And then the next one for staff was partnerships. Like one of the top things was, if you look on your page 3, partnerships, funding, and economic development of the port came up for staff. So you have this vision. Okay, this is how we could do this, right? And so that is what came up. But again, to your point, Carmen, it takes funding to do all of this, right? Mm-hmm. And so that's a key thing. Is how is that going to work in this process, right? How do you think about funding, and how do you leverage that?
So before you go any further on this opportunity, I mean, we have the port here on both sides, but we have no control over the port.
Right.
And it's independent and operates independent. We've tried to work with the port on development that we could control and participate with, to no avail. So it's really frustrating I think many of us that have tried to go down that road, including Nicole and our previous city manager. And so here we are. I know it's listed, but it's like, what can we do about it?
What can you do?
Nothing we can do. Whatever they do, we can react to, but we can't do anything to influence it.
Yeah, I'm looking at you, Steph, because you sit on the SCDC board, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this conversation came up with SCDC as well. And I don't know if you want to illuminate any of your thought just from sitting on that board and the port relationship.
Well, more so just for the city, I mean, this is listed under opportunity, and I think the change in leadership to more local has created an opportunity that was not there in the past.
Yeah.
And their involvement in things like the SCDC, the Chamber of Commerce, you know, their focus is, of course, the board, you know, they have their focus that they have to do because it is a state-appointed board, but they have put leadership in place that is local.
Yeah,
So
and I would.
I don't think.
Well, go ahead. Well, there's a follow-up. So and I agree with, I think there's been a shift on the commission, and I think it's a good shift. But one of the commissions that I talked to, here's a perfect example. We have a rail line that goes from here to Cook Hill. And I've been pushing for Rails for Trails with one of the commissioners, and they think it's a great idea, and they're looking at others. The other one I talked to said, well, you know, we need to get, I'm quoting this individual, that we have about 2 years of funding before we run into a crisis, and we need to increase our rail activity. And that means increasing the rail activity to Cook Hill. And I went, oh my gosh, because in my opinion, now I know it doesn't matter, that is the wrong direction. Right. And so that's, I mean, just a point.
So I want to I think Carmen had a comment, and Nicole had a comment. And then we're going to bring this back in, because this is like, what do we do with it? Because this is an opportunity, but there are challenges in this opportunity, right? So Carmen, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead, if you're okay with it, I'm gonna bring in the cow and the elephant here.
Oh, great, thank you.
There you go. All right. So the port for me, I think, is a sacred cow and my elephant in the room. So I'm just going to bring it out. I feel like the port, we continue to lean on the port as this like thing that we do in the community. And that is what we've always done. And we're just trying to push forward the same agenda, some massive business that comes in and saves the community. It's also my elephant because, well, it's my elephant because I think the port has such an amazing amount of opportunity, and I think it dovetails with a lot of the things that I do want to see in this community, which is having the port be a part of the solution for our transportation needs and for our tourism by not necessarily developing it in a way that is detrimental to our ecology. And improves ecological democracy by including many people within this community as opposed to just a silo of industrial use that I think has a lot of, like there's a large portion of the population that is here for the industrial purposes of the port and focuses on them as a strength. But for me, I live here because of the ecological benefits of this area, and those are important to me too. And the port has a huge part of that. They're a huge player, and I think that we could have a cohesive plan, but we're talking about two completely different groups. Yeah. And I know that that's gonna be me being vulnerable because I know that that's not necessarily everybody's approach to the port. They wanna see the development happen because they want goals that they believe will bring Coos Bay into a better place. I think that the port has several different options that they could do that would help bring Coos Bay into a better place. I think we disagree on some of the ideas on how that would happen.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm going to Nicole, and then I'm going to put the port in the parking lot because the port is an important piece. You're not the only group that I've worked with that has had challenges with the relationship with the port. So we know that's a thing. It's a common, it's a known thing, and so the question is what you choose to do about it. We're not going to solve what you choose to do about it in this session, but we're going to put it on as a noted thing, and it may come up later in some of the strategies about how do you do that, right? So Nicole had a comment, and then I'm going to put the port in the parking lot.
So my comment was first to acknowledge that there are very differing opinions in this, and I want us to be careful about that. And so I appreciate you bringing that up. Yes, yeah, absolutely.
I appreciate you used actually my guiding principles, so thank you for doing
Yeah.
that.
And then I would secondly kind of dovetail off of what has already been brought up, that we are in a different place today because there are different people sitting in the seats who are members of this community who will hopefully help us round out what tomorrow looks like a little bit. I would say that over the last year, we, the city, and the port have come to the table in different ways, and that was not happening before. I don't know what that means yet. It's too early. But I'm just offering that we look at it as an opportunity. We're on the verge of something different, and how we play that, I don't know yet. But
Yeah, and so somehow, and the reason why this is on here, somehow this can inform your plan of how you choose to move forward. All the pieces of it, we don't know right now. We're looking at the high level, and so we'll figure that out. Right. Did you have one more, and then I want to move on?
Yeah, I have something.
Oh.
A constituent knew that we were having this goal setting, and they said, in goal setting or strategic planning, do you ever, there's these, 6 or 7 things that come up. Seems like maybe the port is one. Economic development, tourism, and do you assign a counselor or mayor to a topic and then they learn everything they can about that topic and then they're the subject matter expert on that? And I think we don't do that in necessarily, I think Lucinda, we lean on you heavily for things related to tourism and the work that you're doing with the tourism board. And I would say that we probably lean somewhat on Troy related to things related to Bay Area Hospital. And but I don't think we've ever intentionally said, like, okay, you know, you, Sarah, are going to pay closer attention to port meetings and work alongside port commissioners to try to develop that relationship and strategy. And so I do think that there's, I know we're getting into the weeds a little bit here, but I do think there's a potential strategy that could come out of the strategic planning where we are, you know, where we assign or volunteer for some of those specific strategies. You know, maybe it's working alongside you, Chris, closer to understand things happening with public safety. So
yeah, and these are all good points, and this is where we will have more time to talk about this when we get to the work plan. If there are items that we feel like need to be underneath the strategies when we get to the work plan, where we'll look at more how do these things get done.
I will say that, just to call that out, I'm not actually able to be here in March, and I know a couple of us aren't able to be there, so I appreciate that you keep on bringing that up, and I'm also aware that there's going to be some of us missing for that meeting.
We will create a framework where you can give input to that in some way, shape, or form. And I don't know what that is yet, because we have to see how it comes out, and then we will create a framework for input.
Clearly, I think your idea of the port in the parking lot is the best possible solution to this conversation, because we all have a lot of passionate opinions about it.
Yeah.
I think that, yes, we've been working on the development, and yes, there's different ways in which we can develop this community. I think this council, quite honestly, has tried to do all of the things that we're talking about here unsuccessfully, and yes, there's been a change in leadership. I'm not interested, as a counselor, to focus on the port. I'm interested in knowing what we can do as a city to help move, progress along. And in my mind, the port right now isn't a player in that. In my mind, it's what else can we do? Because we can't wait for a white knight to save this community. And this community historically is boom and bust, and with the timber and the fishing and all of those things. And so my point of view is, you know, if the port wants to continue to do that, yes, we need housing. Yes, we need these things. Yes, we need infrastructure. That is what we're focusing on already. I'm not concerned about that project. If it happens, it happens. And if it doesn't, it doesn't. We're going to still do our work.
Yeah, thank you. And that's important to think about. It is a piece of it, but it's a piece of one part of the much bigger whole, right? So thank you. Okay, so the other things on there, partnerships, funding, economic development, and that can look a lot of different ways, economic development, you know, and so let's just keep it at the higher level. Normally what I would do is put like parentheses around port, tourism, whatever's there, the elements of economic development. But it came up so much, I felt like I had to call it out. Right. Okay.
So on this, it says partnerships under opportunities and under staff. Clarification on that?
Yeah, staff, please share what that meant for you, partnerships.
Well, just as an example, this recent kind of collaboration we've had with the school district in talking about our emergency preparedness. Okay. We can't reach everybody in all the ways, but there are other organizations in the community who have a way to reach. So finding out, and that can be sharing resources, it can be this communication we've done. That's what that meant to me.
So for like the fire department, we're probably close to 2/3 the size we should be for the size of our community and our call volume. Typically you would rely on volunteers to make up that difference. Volunteerism is declining a lot in the fire service, so nationwide, not just locally, to where we have to rely on other people. So we work to get the bowling grant for the apprentice program to help staff that. We do the partnerships with SWAC for the fire science program, and now we're also doing auto aid agreements with Charleston Fire. So if we have a fire, they'll send an engine with staffing immediately. We're working to expand that to do more partnerships. So that's one side for us, for the fire department.
Others would like to share about what partnership meant to you?
I mean, I think the police department could share, like, bringing in the dispatch to this. We are now helping the whole county So it's kind of leveraging the folks who do similar or adjacent work in a different way, thinking about that as an opportunity.
So, yeah, what you mentioned, like Jeff mentioned and you mentioned, those are specifics. Do we have other specific opportunities or partnerships that we're looking into? I mean, are we looking into working with, the tribes, and we're working with, is there a specific group of partnerships, or are we just going to leave it wide open?
I think that when we get to the strategic plan,
Okay.
actual structure, that's where that gets
Okay.
mapped out.
Perfect.
Because then you can say, okay, here's our framework, here's our puzzle frame, right? And what are the partnerships that would make the most sense to move the dial to Lucinda's point, really growing the things that you need to grow. Sure. And then you do it, once you have that structure, figuring out where to focus, because partnerships take a long time. They take a lot of energy. There has to be vision and mission alignment. There has to be beneficial mutuality in the partnership. And so there's a whole art to the ecosystem of partnerships. It's actually, I speak on that nationally because it's a whole thing that takes a lot of time. And you have to really decide what are the ones on which you want to focus to move the dial.
Exactly, I guess
Right.
that was my point.
Yeah. So it might be that partnerships is a strategy, and then you figure out where it comes in, depending on where you're impacting or where the opportunity is. Any more comments? Okay, let's move on to the threats. And these are, remember, threats are external. They're things that can take you out. And so, Christine, if you could put it on the threats slide, that would be great. Now this one, everything government, government, state, county, policy, regulations, instability, all of those things came up, as government. It's a thing. Every strategic plan that comes up with, government is probably the top thing. And you are government too, so it's kind of interesting that you feel like this is the top threat for you and you're government too, so I like that. That's just very interesting to me. For staff, it was the vulnerability of funding, and I think it's some of the things we've talked about, that you're not even close to the capacity that you should be as a fire department for the size of a community. That's a vulnerability in a big way, right? And there's probably a whole workforce element too, right? Not only not being able to afford it, but having them people come into the workforce. I've had a challenge with that with one of the other cities I'm working with, is they just can't get people, Same for public safety, The other thing was, on the staff, it was government regulations, unfunded mandates, that type of thing, because those have a huge impact. So threats are those things that we have no control over, but this is where you think in the bigger picture. So how are we strategic about buffering ourselves if something were to happen, right? And that's how you want to use the threats, because you need to be aware of them, but then, it's like you have your safety gauge, right? Because they're just things that can take you out that you can't do anything about, right? Comments? Thoughts? Okay. We're going to move in to the next part. I'm going to ask you actually to get up because I think people are getting slumpy in their seats. And I'd like you to come around the dais and come back here. You're done? Yeah.
You should.
And we're just going to gather around this area. And we're going to do this on and off during the day because when you sit for too long, you just get stagnant. And like I said, we're looking on the funnel here. We're doing a funnel process here. And so we're going to start at the top of our funnel. And I'm not a very good artist. Like colleagues who do visual facilitation and they do beautiful pictures. I don't. Mine are stick people and stuff like that. So what we're doing. Thanks, George. Thanks, George. When we look at top priorities, we looked at the SWOT, and now this gives us the opportunity as you as a group to say, in the next 2 to 3 years, for this body, what are the top priorities? And we're going to start just with a brain dump here, and we're going to fine tune it later, but I just want you to give me your brain dump. We looked at the assessment, but this is our opportunity to talk about it together as a group. So just plop them out. This is what I call popcorn. Just say it, whatever's on your mind. Top housing.
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 I'd say funding.
And just so you know, I sometimes make errors in my spelling.
Welcome to
When I
my
get
world.
rolling and I have this colleague who's like, this is my spell check. I'm the one who transcribes these, so I fix it later. You just go. Okay, funding, housing, what else? Infrastructure. Infrastructure.
Development.
Say more what that means.
Just basically what we've been talking about.
Yeah.
We gotta develop our community. And what that means, that might mean something different for everybody, but it's development, because I think development's gonna also bring in, economy.
Yeah, yeah.
Communication.
Communicate. Internal, external, both.
I think all.
Okay.
I don't want to be like the boss of all the things, but mind shift, like I have a list.
Mind shift is a priority?
Yes, I think so. We need to flip. We cannot be the government we've always been.
You're not your
relevancy.
Your father's Buick? Wait,
Yeah.
wait. So you want to do away with this?
Yep.
Okay.
Livability.
Livability.
I feel like we focus on survival and less on like what we want in terms of livability, what that looks like.
Sarah, this is your opportunity, multimodal transportation.
Yep.
I'm just telling you.
That's right in there.
I put that with livability.
Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah.
Definitely
Not might also be
livability.
this. Yeah.
Probably getting down into the weeds, but for, I think department heads, it's staffing, it's a huge priority.
It's staffing, it's capacity, it's the whole thing. That's not weeds because it's a reality. Because if you don't capacity, sorry, sometimes my brain is fast, my hand's not fast as my brain. So capacity is just all a part of staff. If you don't have the people, you can't do what you need to do.
You don't have the homes, you can't have the people.
Exactly, exactly.
I would say accountability for blighted buildings and absent building owners. No, I'm trying.
I don't have the whole sentence, but we get the idea of it, right? And we're gonna come back to this and make sure that we define it once we work with it. What else? Did you have one?
No, I think that there's a maturity to this council with some of them that have been on it for long enough that those blighted buildings, we no longer have patience for them, and we've tried to be the team player and do it a certain way, and now it's not working for us.
Kind of done.
Yeah. So
It's the cow.
Exactly. I'm glad we're there.
Yeah.
Glad we're there.
How?
Engagement.
Engagement in what way? What does that mean?
The community's engagement?
Yeah, I mean, I just kind of feel like we hear a lot about how things aren't great, but there's nobody sitting in the seats. There's nobody showing up to help with, community cleanup event. I mean, there is people, but it's the same group. And so we somehow have to get some buy-in for the folks who want this to be different. Well, show up, roll up your sleeves. And I don't know how to change that. Yeah, it could be education.
Mindset, mind shift.
Yeah, it's kind of all that together,
It's in
right?
there.
What else? What else are priorities?
For development, I think a variety of development. Because,
Yeah, diversification.
Yeah, and we can't rely on one thing anymore, or just two big things.
Yeah,
It has to be
to your
resilient.
point, Lucinda, it's not just the port, it's all the things, all the things in development.
A library.
Yes, that's the top of there.
Well, I didn't want to be, it's also.
Well, I'll do it for you.
Thank you.
But I think that ties into infrastructure.
That's
I mean,
development, infrastructure.
And that
It's
could go in
livability.
there. And we'll
It is.
sort these later, but let's just get them out, because sometimes when you get them out, then you see, oh, these are the things that fall into that. But I'm all for library.
Because I think all this will also lead to, instead of just base level jobs, a little more
Yeah.
high level livability.
Let me interrupt.
Go ahead, Lucinda.
I feel like we are entering into a phase of a lot of chaos. There's already been chaos in the past, and maybe that falls under mind shift. But how do we as a council and as a staff not fall prey to that chaos when it comes to all of these things we're talking about. And I have no idea how to solve it. I just want to put it out there as something to think about.
Kindness, curiosity, and calm.
Yeah, I work with a leadership group in coaching that said the greatest creativity happens on the edge of chaos.
Yeah.
So it's being on the edge of it, not falling into it.
Right.
Yeah,
Right?
I can see that.
Yes.
It's that necessity.
Go ahead, Jeff.
I don't know if this falls into housing, but our permitting system needs a complete revamp.
That came up everywhere, and
Yeah.
so it's like permitting, how about systems? It's like systems.
Because I'm thinking
processes.
efficiency, ability to work every day, right? But also having the resources, the technology to get information
I
out.
put this as an internal thing, so we know that we're talking about that, and underneath it also put permitting, because it came up in so many places.
And it's not just getting new technology, it's, I mean, we say it a lot in our department and have in the past. We do it this way because we've always done it this way, and it's, we know how to do it and we can do it fast that way, but is that the right way to do it?
Yeah, is it the right way? Well, maybe you need a big cow on your steps.
Say, go get your cow.
Yeah, you can all take a cow home.
And then I would say systems and processes for citizens as well, though, because seeing
So both.
what happened, at least at the schools during the tsunami drill, it was, parents were crazy. Like, it was bad, and the people don't know, and I think that's part of communication. But like, I think we don't know.
Yeah.
General
And
citizen doesn't know.
engagement, like.
Yeah, and it all ties in, but
We'll get to a point of combining these. Right now, I just want you to dump your brain. We're
So
dumping
we
the
also-
puzzle pieces. Let's go to the fire chief, and then you don't have your little tag, so I don't know your name in a minute. So if I missed your name, I'm sorry.
So we need a new fire station in the Empire area. That one is.
I'm at the infrastructure
Yeah.
fire station.
And then also vehicles.
Will there be a PowerPoint soon on that?
I will make one if you want. I gave it to a limited number of slides.
Yeah, and then
Well, I was just thinking mindset would be nice if we could be proactive instead of reactive. Or shift more towards proactive instead of reactive.
I mean, Jeff, emergency community preparedness, I just really feel like that should be up there. And that includes the community as well as staff here.
Yeah.
It was
Chaos.
somewhat chaos here, if I can speak freely.
Yeah.
Yep, in this space, absolutely.
What a blessing that we have that opportunity to look at, right? How we can change our systems.
Yes, it was, we were.
Yeah, and that's why I put those together, because when we were looking at the SWOT, someone said, well, the public communication and the preparedness isn't the same thing. I'm like, no, the way it was written in the SWOT, it was the same thing. It's exactly what you guys are talking about here, and the chaos that Jacob was calling out, right? So
So if we're gonna go emergency preparedness, which is something I think about a lot, I think the next word that comes to my mind is resiliency and sustainability, being those two things. Like, how do we weather the storm, whatever that storm is, whether it's chaos in
or the
systems.
market. Yeah, think about
or
this, the fires in
environmental.
Southern California.
Yeah, I
And
mean, being able to be resilient in those moments, but also sustaining, I guess, sustainability, not always being in this like green space. It's more about just maintaining who we are and what we really hope to get top.
And Jeff, our fire station in Empire? Or is it? Empire, okay. City operations is in the floodplain and tsunami zone. So if we don't get that out of there, we're not gonna be able to help.
Water partnerships.
partnerships.
I know.
I don't know where this fits in, but expand. And what I mean by that is, if you went around and talked to every one of the department heads, we're all operating on a reduced amount of staffing, reduced budgets, reduced equipment.
Reduced
I know
space.
vehicles was said, reduced space. In fact, we're in the process of trying to close in some rooms to get additional spaces. We've literally grown out of our building, but we are working with reduced staff. So I don't know how that fits in, but expand. We've got to get to a point where we're not just, I think somebody said, surviving, we need to be,
Yeah.
we need to be thriving.
Here's what I call this word, it's my word for the year, survival.
I think the other thing is, for me, the elephant in the room is we also have a community that continues to vote down things, not only in the city but in Coos Bay. And it seems like no matter how much information that is put out, there are people that simply don't really care about the information that's being put out. And so we're talking about funding and we're talking about all these things. How do we do that when some part of this community doesn't want, you have to pay to get these things. You have to pay for infrastructure. That's part, right? That's how it all works. And there is a lack of understanding that you have to give, right, to have all the things we want in this community.
Investment.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
Woo! Yeah.
No, I totally get it. This other day I'm working with, it's just like, people don't understand that in order to actually have the things you want, you have to pay the city service prices to have them, or you're not going to have them. And it's a big conversation about how do you bring that along. And in that community, the economic development entity is working very closely with the city to figure that out.
That's what I was wondering, if that comes with economic development.
It in the community that I'm working in, where I'm doing a lot of stakeholder visioning sessions, everyone is at the table. Like the fire chief, the county preparedness, I mean, there's this whole group at the table who's visioning how they do it.
Public safety, Chris, I think you and your team do an excellent job. I think that needs to remain a priority for us. The show out of force and the coordination that happened just this past week. I live in that neighborhood and was observing, and you all do an incredible job, but I think it needs to remain a priority.
Yeah. And I mean, along that, I mean, our police department, we went from 31 officers to we're now 24. And so that's that reduction in trying to keep, which then plays into partnerships is so important. Like we witnessed the other day, we had partnerships with Oregon State Police that came in and helped us deal with the situation. But it kind of just goes back to, I think it's like we're surviving, we're just not, we're not thriving.
Yeah. Anything else?
Well, along those lines, and developing partnerships and expansions, like Springfield and Eugene area, they have a group that gets together and they talk on a regular basis. And when an item goes out for the levy, they do it strategically. They don't just do it.
Right.
And so, I mean, we had the jail, we had the library, you had other things on there, and when there's that much on a ballot, nothing passes.
Right.
And so they need to work together.
Yeah.
Partnerships, strategically, economically. I mean, and so we need to think about that. I mean, you know, there should be entities from each group that sits down and talk about how they're going to move things forward and work together, and we're not.
So I'm working with the Springfield Chamber of Commerce and partnerships and partnerships.
And I'm not sure of all the specifics on it, but I know they've had this group in place for a long period of time. And when they put out a bond or a levy, it's that bond or that levy, and they support it totally. So.
And we kind of have the opportunity, although SCDC is, you know, a larger region, but we have that model already. There's a lot of folks already sitting at the table.
Yeah.
It's
So we'll
just streamlined.
Well, maybe they can partner with it, but somebody's got to get everyone online here. I mean, that's not happening.
You have to
So.
have a focal, or you have to have the person who
Facilitation.
drives the boat, right? And then you figure that out. But that's in our next section. Okay.
True.
Anything else?
A willing partner.
Okay, let me check in. How are we doing on a hunger level? Because this is a natural time to pause to eat lunch, or we can move on and it would take us about another 45 minutes-ish for lunch. And so but I like people to be happy, because unless you're happy, we're not gonna make good progress. Are you ready for lunch? Or within a little bit, or?
Let's wait a little bit.
Yeah, I'm okay.
Okay.
Okay, then we're
No one
probably
else
gonna
talked
break
about
our
it.
squat up, which I normally do the whole thing through, we'll probably break it up in the middle, because that's just how it works. Because otherwise we'll get too hungry, and that's bad too. Okay. Then we get hangry. And hangry is bad. Yes. Okay, I'm gonna move this away, and this is not that it's not important, but this is part of our funnel, right? So this is going over here. We're gonna come back to this. Apparently that didn't be over there.
Okay, Christine.
Okay, so with our strengths, what we want to do is, now strengths are internal. Again, and I know we went over these, but we're elaborating, and we're doing it in the group so everyone's voice and mind is heard. Because it's one thing to do this at your computer, bam, bam, bam. Another thing that we actually talk about it, because there was some good conversation that came out about your top priorities, right? And why, what that looks like. So now we're going to move into your strengths. These are internal to the organization.
Our staff.
Staff, yeah.
And council, I mean,
Yeah.
so I would expand this as
Council
just like
people.
people, not just.
I remind you of that, Nicole.
Whatever. I oftentimes acknowledge that we have a great group.
Well,
I think there's flexibility. We
Flexibility.
don't, we tend not to hopefully just stick with our cows.
I was just gonna say, I think what the city does well is gets out and tries to work with people in the community.
Mhm.
So creating those partnerships, looking for where we can fill the gap. Collaboration, yeah.
Adaptability.
Say we're resilient. It's
Just always figure it out.
We have tenacity. Just keep going.
And that's amazing, but I'll tell you the undertone of it is you guys are exhausted. Right? And I'm hearing that, and so this is about structuring it so you're not exhausted.
Yeah.
And that's a good thing that you're doing this. And this is why Lucinda, this is a bigger process than just the goal setting. What else?
Creative,
Yeah.
creative, yeah, be creative, yeah. Constantly, we're asking the staff to do things, and they have to be creative.
I
Or
think
try.
length of service of staff and some of
true.
the council. I think,
Yeah, longevity.
Mayor Benetti has done this a few times, and that has worked to our advantage on many projects, and the staff as well.
But
And
I
I
also
think-
say new people.
I was just
to the
going to say
table.
the longevity, having new perspective from younger or people in leadership positions now that weren't there before.
Yeah, and you need that, because if you don't have that, you're not gonna speak to the people who George said, like, his kids left. How do you keep people here if you don't know what they want? If you don't have pressure.
Yeah.
I would say.
I was actually glad to see someone younger on council, to be honest, and two of you were younger.
What about me?
Yeah, no. No, really, there was
I was just going to say that that's just a state of mind anyway, because I act like I'm about 12.
What about like motivation as the largest city on the coast? We're the ones.
Can I, leader?
Yeah,
Leader,
leader.
you said that.
Yeah, leader.
Lucinda.
People are looking to the city of Coos Bay. What do we do?
I think our environment is a strength.
Yeah.
Not necessarily environment. I just mean like our area, what it has to offer.
Like the geographic location.
Yeah, the outdoor activities, just what we have to offer is a huge
The size.
strength. Yeah.
Size of our community.
My late husband would say we live in one of the last great places
Yeah.
with clean water, clean air, and an abundance of food. And he's right. I used to be like, and I'm like, oh my gosh, he's so right. We live in an amazing, amazing place.
And diversity, I think we have, we're definitely historically a certain type, group, I don't know what to put there, but I think we're.
A demographic
seeing-
diversity, is that what you're saying?
I don't know if it's even just demographic, I think we have different minds and thoughts and.
That helps.
Experience. Yeah, experiences and.
I would say at least when we're focusing on what the city has, and I'm thinking more about what we have the ability to control, there's a lot of respect. Like, we can respectfully disagree, respect other people's opinions, and we're able to work together even if we do disagree, and I've always been super appreciative of that.
We have 2 tribes. Thank you. I was just about to say it. Well done. Huge, huge advantage.
Huge strength.
Yeah.
Well, and the economic, right, development that they bring and the services and, I know.
Does that go with
Yeah.
tribes or?
Tribes.
Yeah, the economic.
I'll add that there's a mindset and a goal for growth, I would say, amongst the entire community. Everyone wants, at least a lot of the community members I've spoken to, want to do more and have this development. I haven't encountered a lot of resistance to beautification and development.
Unlike some communities who have placate people, citizens against virtually everything. I have a couple of client communities that's a thing, right? So that's-
We have
I think
them.
that exists.
We have them and they're very vocal.
Well, I mean, I know with like the library, there was the desire not to pay, but I think there is a desire for things to change.
Yeah.
For the better.
I agree there is, yeah.
Yeah.
I will
It's
say
just-
your
it's just-
circle, man.
Yeah, let's just put it in there, because, you know, we can leverage that, and,
It is.
you know, there is a
Definitely need to.
groundswell that can happen.
What about our connections with individuals with the state agencies and how that can help funnel eyes?
If they would just listen to us.
Squeaky wheel.
Minority.
It feels like yelling into the void.
DLCD is not always the easiest.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
everywhere. What else? Do you guys have one, Jacob and Lucinda?
I was just asking about, do the tribes work more closely with the state, or do they work more closely with the federal government? I was just-
Well, they're their own.
Right, I know, yeah, but,
Understanding to the max.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes,
sovereign nations,
yes,
yeah.
yes, and they work with the federal government and the state. They most recently, a good example of that is they just signed an MOU with the state, and they're working on the restoration of salmon on the Cook River. They were the first tribe to do that in Oregon, and so that's an example of them. They've always recognized the value of salmon, and so working with the state to help co-manage.
I'm gonna bring us back in, that was a great question, but I'm gonna bring us back to it.
Sorry, I'm gonna always give you the answer.
You're awesome. No, it was actually a great question, and the tribes, and we filled that out a little bit, but I want to keep us rolling, because if we talk about everything, we won't get to the end of our day. You'll be here a long time. My goal is to get you out a little bit earlier than 4:30.
Yeah, we talked
Four-
about that
four,
earlier
actually.
earlier than 4. So.
Yeah, earlier than 4,
On task.
because also your brain, by the end of the day, will be mushy, and so, you know, we want to capitalize on your energy now.
I think we have some strong community agencies and even some new ones. I can't think of the name of the new housing nonprofit.
Southern Oregon Coast Regional Housing.
I feel like that's a great example.
You might have filled that out if you
I think we've got some new leadership within those community agencies that are doing some great things.
And I'm thinking I was just thinking along that same vein, even like the youth recreational group, like the community, right? And the groups that are in the community, both young.
So it's kind of like community agencies, community groups.
Yeah, that are doing things.
Like OBAP.
Yeah, that can bring, that keep us diverse and young.
We have a community college.
Yes.
College, and
college, airport,
the art museum,
hospital.
that place is great.
That's in infrastructure in general. I mean, we also have a wing of the University of Oregon here.
Yeah.
Which.
Well, you have Oregon State and the U of O, both.
But he's talking about OIMB and specifically as you.
Yeah, but you got, you got Oregon State involved in a lot of different things here too.
Yeah.
So, anyway, I mean, we're fortunate to have these diverse groups.
I've always thought about our just natural resources.
Yep.
And how we are at kind of the end of the line, at least in the water mindset, where we're not taking water from someone downstream. We're the end of the line. That's a huge resource for us that I think we manage well. So just natural resources.
I kind of put that all together with the geography, because it's involved, it's entailed in that too.
Edge of the known world.
Yes.
We can bring more if we come up with more. All right. Then, we're gonna look at the weaknesses, and these also are internal, right? So we have internal and external, but this is for internal weaknesses. Time and money, right?
Internal, you mean in terms of, like?
Internal to the city, to the organization. So your time
Limited,
yeah.
yeah.
Put them dollar signs up.
Finite. I actually, in general, call that resources because, to me, resources are the time and energy of things, right? And that is a resource unto itself. You can't do.
So those are like, we're somewhat economically depressed in our area, is that weakness? I mean, is that internal or external?
I'm gonna put it in here because it does factor into how you have to do things because you have greater need. I was reading about the hospital, and part of the challenge with the hospital is the demographic of people who don't have insurance, and so it costs more to run it, right? So that does feed into the challenges that you have. And I just forgot what you said. You called it
Economic
depressed. What's that?
I'm just thinking of the mindset internally, getting everybody on board to be open and move forward and change. People are used to doing things one way, and how do we change that?
Well, I
don't know if it's closed, but there's also fear there.
Yeah.
There's uncertainty in change.
Boy, sounds like a
Yes.
national problem.
Yeah,
Well,
it
we
is.
have that everywhere, right? Like, I mean, just really like the elephant is everybody, there's a lot of people who are flipped out right now about what is this gonna mean, you know? And so that is a part of our environment right now. Sometimes I do a context map where we look at everything that's going on and we look at that, you're like, oh, no wonder why this feels hard, right?
I would say a perception of disunity in the community, because like, you know, there were all these different communities that were added in, Marshfield, Empire, and I know at least in Empire, there's definitely a perception that like, and I think outside of Empire, that Empire is somehow very different and separate and worse.
Yeah, we can discuss that later, but.
Yeah.
Our municipal code, it has discrepancies between different codes. It's outdated, it's gray, it in often cases, it just does not aid staff. It makes it difficult.
This is where your process thing would also fit in, that your processes are hampering you right now, so that's a weakness, is your internal processes.
I mean, I think the thing we start with is that we're government.
Like, as a barrier.
From that, all things.
Yeah, so, but along the same case, I mean, and I'm not sure if this fits in as a weakness, we have so many ordinances that are probably not applicable to anything, but they're there. I mean, are they really valid? I mean, and I know that I'm flippant when I say, you know, something comes up and you say, that's the ordinance, and I say, well, then it's changing, right? I know that's simplistic, but the point being is I think there's a lot of ordinances on there that could be hampering us.
Yeah, well, and that's where council can make a big impact in the strategic plan, is if you were to do some updating of things that are no longer applicable.
Okay.
Right?
But I think it goes back to time and resources.
Right.
Trying to do
Right,
work
so,
every day.
well, yeah, along the same lines, I guess, how we focus things, I think we're asking too much to be done, and sometimes it's a gunshot approach, and it's hard for staff to deal with it, because there's so much. We maybe need more of a focus.
Yeah, and that's, so, you know, spoiler alert, part of what we're gonna do, Joe, is have you prioritize the strategies.
Okay.
And I did this with the other city that I worked with, and so then when the city manager was working with priorities and something came up that council forgot, she could go back and, you're lovely, but you forget, all of you forget sometimes, because this isn't your full-time job. Then the city manager could go back and say, okay, we prioritize these things in this way, and so that's actually how we've been working on them. To the extent that you can, because sometimes with operations or public safety or fire, things like, you can't like cut them out. You have to say this is still a day-to-day operation, right? But it helps to be able to go back and say, oh, wait, we did say this was the top priority, so we need to remember that as we're working on it. And that's
Sure.
where the continuity comes from,
that I was talking about, reconsidering how you do your goals and maybe shifting that a little bit so that you have that continuity when you move people on it.
Yep.
Not to sound like a broken record, but I think it is resources and staffing. It's a weakness. Staffing, not necessarily the quality of staff we have. I'm saying the amount of staff and resources that we have sometimes is.
The vacant positions?
So is there a way to streamline processes? I mean, we keep talking about doing things differently. I mean, we're talking about, whatever it may take, software. I know people use AI. I mean, is there other things out there that can help facilitate the staff and save them time? Okay.
Yeah, it's efficiencies. It's processes and efficiencies that to me, that's a weakness.
I'd also say not knowing our limits, and we just keep doing everything that's asked of us and never saying no.
Yes. Yeah. Well, that's what I meant, like that focus or whatever. I agree.
That's what I meant when we were talking about the financial stability. This council asks a lot of the staff, and the staff always serves up, and so maybe more clear boundaries, more realistic boundaries of what can be accomplished, right?
Yeah.
Because you guys do so much.
This is where I go back to Jacob's word, actionable intentionality, is getting super intentional about the things that are the most important first. And like if you got super intentional and decided, okay, as a part of this strategic plan, internal processes need to be worked on, it means you have to make time from council to do that. That also means that you as council may be working on your codes and ordinances, right? So I'm just illustrating what that might look like when you set your goals, but also when you say something, Nicole comes back and says, we're working on this process. If I move to that, we're not going to get this done, right? And so it's also council fully embracing whatever the plan comes out to be in the prioritization therein.
Social media is
In
a
what
weakness.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Amen.
Like
Is that-
others
is that-
complaining on social
is it a
media or
weakness
our
or a
communication
threat,
on social
Sarah?
media?
I think it's both.
Okay.
I think we give into it, and I mean, I know my cell phone number is available. I'm always willing to talk with anyone, and there's this expectation that we're going to respond to keyboard warriors on social media, and I think that is a weakness and a threat.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I throw connectivity on there.
Tell me what you mean.
Well, it's focused and a broad concept in my mind where connectivity within like the ability to move within our city in different modes, so like multimodal kind of stuff, but also we are the largest city on the Oregon coast, but we're also kind of distant from the central part of commerce in Oregon in general. So that also includes a transportation component. So,
And reliant upon infrastructure between those.
Yeah.
Like if we lose a bridge anywhere, we're an island now on our own.
So we're kind of off on our own, but we're also the biggest, so that's a strength. But we are off on our own.
That's a
so
lot of things, yeah.
Yeah, it kind of it lends to being a weakness in some ways. So.
I think us being the largest city is also a weakness, because then we either have an expectation that we have to do everything, or we should be the leader on everything.
And maybe in terms too of like, we have a select group of people for staff to choose, like, when we're going to hire people and you're looking for a certain expertise, maybe there's not an educated, large portion of the community educated in that expertise, so you only have so many.
Workforce.
Yeah, workforce, thank you. Awesome. Time to stand. Is this not what is happening currently? Whatever.
Squat down, start again.
Yeah.
I think it's also I know for myself personally, showing vulnerability, it's hard not to take some of this stuff personally, especially when you've made it your life to be in service to others, and you are a counselor, being in service to others, and how that affects your how that affects how you approach the work. And I think we do a pretty good job as a council, and sometimes when one's feeling maybe a bit down, the other person lifts the other person up. But I do think that I mean, I've experienced it, so I just want to put it out there.
Yeah, public service is hard
Yeah.
because you can never please everybody.
Yeah.
And so I salute you all who are in this position because it is. It's very difficult.
Mental health.
Mental health.
Well, the people that are happy with you don't tell you they're happy. It's only the people that are angry.
Yeah, and I'm talking staff too. I mean, you're in all these meetings too, and the city is blamed for a lot of stuff that they have no control of. And
Yeah.
so I just think that I commend the staff for being out there. I mean, we're at the dais, and yeah, we're out in the community, but you're dealing with it, I would argue, more than we are as counselors. So.
I facilitated, I'm looking at you because I facilitated a conversation in Astoria about homelessness, and there was so much blame put on the public safety and police and whatever, and we actually had a conversation illuminating on what the police could or could not do in that forum where there were almost 300 people there. And it's to your point, people don't realize that you only can do so many things by statute, right? And there's an education piece, and this may go back to your communication of helping to educate the public. But that's a huge lift. You know, having worked on statewide ballot measures, people don't read beyond the clickbait headline, and so they don't really actually understand how things work from a civic perspective. And is it your job to work on making the city work or to educate people on civics? It's a good question.
Social media degrades all
Yeah.
of that information
Yeah.
too. It's just whatever you want to put on there.
What else?
Aging and infrastructure.
Aging.
Did you bring up sewer laterals?
Yeah. The wooden
What was it? Oh.
Is that our wooden laterals? They're not.
Oh, that's part of the head start.
Or streets that have a baseline of tree trunks and tires and.
Excellent.
They're sliding down the mountain.
Yeah.
But I think that like part of that is like past practices that are
Yeah.
now
No,
really
that's up.
affecting us in so many ways.
That's where that creativity comes in.
Yeah.
We're gonna build a wall out of these old tires.
What else? What else?
I mean, I would land with that. Past practices should be on here,
Oh,
and
yeah,
that
that's
ties
a
to,
weakness.
you know, both how we built roads, but it also speaks to our municipal codes. Like, back then, we had this thing that was very important, it's not relevant now, but it is hamstringing us.
Yeah, like how much money had to have to go into brownfields because of past practices?
Yeah,
Yeah.
think about that, yeah.
Deferred maintenance.
Mitigation
Well, we're going to put what, I mean, we're just talking internal stuff, right? We're not talking external.
We'll
Okay.
get to external.
All right.
Anything else internal?
Oh, this is all.
Yeah, this is all internal.
Sorry, just going all over the place.
That's okay. I'll help you keep organized.
Yeah.
Anything else? Okay. And if we forget something, we'll move back to it. So then, see, normally I put these all on the wall and we move to different parts of the room, but your walls won't work that way. Bear with me a second. Okay, so this is what we're going to paper. Okay. Okay, we're going to move to opportunities. Now again, these are those kind of bigger picture external things.
Economic development. Tourism.
Partnerships.
And are we putting tourism in economic development?
Separate.
Okay.
Because I don't.
I'm asking because it will make a difference later.
Yes.
Partnerships?
Yeah. How about like the opportunity for the community to come together and really like build, like establish our identity that can then be like pushed outward, right? So when you come to Coos Bay, when you're here, you know because you see your people or something.
Mm-hmm. Identity.
We're the gateway community to coastal experience, to recreational opportunities.
So that's part of your location and geography, right?
Yep.
Well, if we apply this, our communication, we've talked about communication, we have an opportunity to be perceived differently in the community and with our partners.
And maybe there's been some change amongst a lot of different groups, and so an opportunity for new leaders to come in, work together on a similar trajectory.
How do we is that captured here or is it need its own thing? Whoever just said what they said. I didn't see who said it.
I think it's a little bit different. Like, I think there are change in leadership in community organizations.
Case in point, is the Friday update the best way to communicate to our citizens? As an example of, are there different methods of communication that might serve us better? And as a result of that, will we be interpreted, will the information get out in a different way where it's more digestible? I guess would be my point.
Change in leadership of community works, that's what you're talking about. That work.
An opportunity to grow together.
Yeah. Well, and it's also when that happens, then you have less people with cows because they're new. And they're like, yeah, that's not the sword I'm going to die on. I'm going to choose something different. You know? We're ready for lunch.
Abundance of resources in terms of natural resources.
Yeah.
Food, water.
I think we have a weird opportunity. People want stuff. It's just we have to figure out how to pay for it too. But I mean, they do want it.
Yeah.
It's not that we have to convince them that they need, X,
better
Y, or
roads
Z.
and-
They know that. It's just unfortunately how to get there.
Food, desire.
Yeah, definitely the desires there.
What else?
Being the largest city on the Oregon coast, we talked about it being a detriment, but it's also can be a benefit. And take a leadership role in that throughout the community. Saying we're the largest, and therefore, not that we always know that, but we do. But along those lines, you got to say what I'm saying.
I was going to kind of say something along the same lines as what the mayor said. I think, we're at a perfect size community. I mean, we are able to grow, or we are able to have some of these things that we're all wanting, where if we were a lot smaller, it would be even more difficult. If we were a lot bigger, it would be more difficult to kind of shift us and mold us to what we want for our societies.
Like the 911 center, we have the 911 center for the whole county, and that's taking a leadership role in development. It's beneficial for everyone, including us. That type of thing.
Does it bring you revenue too? Yeah, I mean, that's it. This is but this is where somebody asked about leveraging partnerships. And if you leverage a partnership where you're offering a service, but it actually gives you more resources because you can.
We were able to expand our resources.
Yeah.
The cost.
Yeah, so it's about figuring that out, getting creative. You said you're very creative, so,
Yeah, opportunity would be a fire district. Would be a fire district, also a park and rec.
So I'm just going to call it districts. The higher because it could be either, right?
Special district.
Yeah.
And then
Park and rec.
I think we've talked about this, but I don't see it on that paper. So like having a college, having an airport, having these resources externally that we can partner with or build on to leverage, right, to
Economic drivers.
Yeah.
So we've talked about our college, and I think that's a location that we're not really tapping into as maybe department heads for recruiting for staffing. And why aren't we going there and really looking at the pool of potential citizens and folks that we can employ? I mean, they're just there, and so they bring them in. They have good recruitment, bringing them in. We should also then be recruiting them from there.
So are we saying workforce development is an opportunity? Yeah.
Definitely.
Well, and kind of to build off of that, like I've had some conversations with the school district about getting some engagement with high school students in government, so that we not only get some civic ability, but we also show the kids that there are, if you like labs, we have a lab here. If you like, I mean, we do all the things here.
Yeah, I think these are partnerships, because this all falls under how you, if you have a partnership strategy or a partnership focus area, then you would think about how are all the ways we can do this. What does that look like? We are shifting our focus to do that, to expand our resources.
I think the fire department's doing with their apprenticeship program.
Yep. What else?
Well, I do think I think as one element of a partnership, I think the reason this city has the reputation it does is because of just the camaraderie, right? Just the relationships. And we don't see that throughout the entire community. And so I think there's just a relationship. And I think the mayor just spoke to that at the WBC about that. It's, there's strength in those relationships.
Yeah. At all levels. I mean, he's connecting federal down to local community.
Yeah.
We are relationship builders.
So is there an opportunity with your relationship with other governmental entities? Is that fall into partnerships, or is it its own thing?
I think it's an opportunity, but then on the threat side, there's these barriers we have to break down. I think maybe even with ourselves, I guess, but these barriers that I think that are hindering us at times.
So there is an opportunity.
There's
some hurdles too. I'd say we have education.
I just love that that's like a strength and a challenge in the whole thing, and you are a government. And I'm like, this is so great. From my seat of working in ecosystems where government is often the inhibitor, you're saying, well, how do we not be that? And that's very cool from a leadership perspective, I think. I have a different view because I see all kinds of different parts of the ecosystem.
I'd say we have educational opportunities.
In what way? Like with?
I think, having at least 2 regional educational facilities with Southwestern Oregon Community College and University of Oregon's Marine Institute. Like, there's a lot to draw on and to grow in and become an educational hub even more than we are for coastal Oregon.
And maybe tying to that cultural, we have the museum, the history museum, the art museum, we have groups in the community always out educating on their, their pieces of expertise.
Yeah, we talked about, Nicole, talking about like the museum,
The cultural district?
Yeah, cultural district.
Yeah, so that fits in that district.
Yeah, so are the tribes an opportunity?
Yeah, I was going to say that. I think they are. I think we have met with the Coco Indian tribe. I know we have a relationship. When we just had our 150th, we had both tribes present. But the challenges that the city faces are the challenges of the tribes. So when we talk about housing, when we're talking about workforce, all of those things, and the tribes have another source of funding. The challenge is, I think, is both groups being consistent in meeting and coming up with, and everyone's busy. Everyone has like a whole bunch of priorities. So I don't know the answer to how, but I think they're a huge opportunity.
Yeah. Particularly if you have the same challenges and you can work together on that.
Yeah.
Anything else?
One of the things I appreciate about what I've seen with the mayor, and I've heard you listen to say it often, is that we're willing to try something and fail on it, and, or to be the first that have, to do something. So I see that as an opportunity.
To be the willingness to fail or
Willingness to try something that no one else has tried
If
before.
not us, then who?
Yes, that's your words. Yeah.
Or is that like an internal strength mindset, the willingness to try?
Yeah.
I'll put it over there, I think. Losing the color of my pen, maybe it doesn't matter.
The FEMA.
Yeah.
I think we have an opportunity to develop our identity in a more cohesive manner. I think that there's a lot of disconnected ideas of who we are, or we struggle sometimes to find that direction in what we want to do as a community, and that comes down to an identity as a whole.
Which, when everybody has these pieces, and if you bring them together, right, and you bring your community together, and they're all a part of all those identities are a part of.
What else?
Well, it sounds a bit Pollyanna, but Don used to say he was fascinated by how the council and the staff did their work, because we could talk about anything at this dais, and at the end of the day, we would break bread together. And we tried to build that same type of relationship with other municipalities and other groups, and I still feel like it's an opportunity, because if we could get there, I know this is like big picture, but we could really, I think, get a lot more accomplished together. But I'm bragging about it. I think this is an amazing staff and an amazing council with how we do our work, and I'd love to, in our free time, find a way on how we can do that with other groups.
Yeah, I view that as the mindset of collaboration, that you really are in that space of how can we, it's the how can we idea.
Yeah, and not be siloed and worry about turfs and.
Yeah, it's a shared vision. We need to find out how to get us to a coastal shared vision.
That ties into my identity thing, just like, what is it that we are, who we are, what we do, where we're going.
Anything else? Okay, we're gonna do threats. We're gonna revisit these, but we're gonna do that after lunch, so I can tell everyone it's like fancy pantsy. I think that's an official term.
Opportunity for food.
So external, something about which you have no control that could take you out.
Unfunded mandates, regulatory oversight.
Don't be shy.
Climate change.
Yeah. Yeah, like, bye, hang on. I know a bunch in between there, what else?
FEMA bio.
FEMA.
Regulatory oversight.
Yes, that fits into that, so.
Yeah.
use
Natural
it underneath it, I
disasters.
guess. FEMA bio's underneath that.
What else?
Financial cliff. Burnout.
I think it was you, sir, asked if social media was a threat, or it's a threat too.
Yes, it's both, I mean, yeah.
Is it
Because how do you control it?
Yeah. Well, and to that end, like the economy, like how does the city, I mean, you can't use work within it.
Expectations.
Like external expectations.
What other communities or entities do?
What, say that again?
Like what other cities or entities, what they do, we don't have control over that, it can definitely affect
Let's
us.
see, how do you call that? I don't, impact of other communities, other entities.
External influences or something.
Yeah.
Oh, yes,
Okay.
angry people who come out of our community and distorting information. I'm sorry, that's a little fresh word, sorry. But it's true.
No, it is true. No, it's very true.
It's
Twitching there.
Yeah, I know.
I might live in North Bend.
Say that again?
People coming from outside our community and distorting the information.
Outside influences, I guess, that,
Misinformation.
Misinformation, spreading misinformation, which directly harms some of our communities.
Lack of education.
I was gonna say lack of education.
Yeah. Knowledge on.
This isn't a technical term, but brain drain of, I mean, George was saying his kids grew up here and then floated off to something else.
you know, we said this somewhere about the community getting involved as an opportunity, but also the community not getting involved as a threat. If we can't get our citizens engaged and involved, then it's a problem.
So disengagement is a threat?
I guess. Yeah. I mean, we run into it all the time. What's going on? What's the problem? Be part of the solution. Help us. You know.
And like extremist views, extremist views, and I'm not like just talking about like the like Republican or Democrat.
No,
it's like both sides.
No, it doesn't matter.
Yes.
Yeah. Exactly.
You know, Councilor Kilmer and I have talked about it before, and I know we're dealing with, you know, challenging budgets, but I really am to the point of a communications person. I mean, it's a full-time job anymore, from my perspective, to try to get facts out. And I know that's not an address, but I feel like that's an opportunity to address it.
Do we have communication in here?
But like public relations, you mean?
We do have communication.
I'm going to put under public relations. I think that that's part of what we're talking about. Okay. Anything else? And this is enough, really.
I mean, this is a lot.
It's a lot. Like I said, I do this exercise called a context map where we look at trends and like discomforts and uncertainties, and it usually takes about 45 minutes, and we didn't have time to do that for this group, but you do it and you're like, oh my God, no wonder why we feel how we're feeling. And this is kind of the same thing, is no wonder why you're feeling how you're feeling. This is a lot of stuff to contend with. And so this is where I love your statement about intentionality, actual intentionality, and that's what strategic planning allows you to do. Anything else? All right, I'm saying good enough for now. We're going to have lunch. We'll make a break for about a half hour-ish, so we're not having a working lunch, we're having just a lunch, so you can visit with one another. And I encourage you to sit with or next to someone you don't know very well and get to know them a little bit.
I think that will be a challenge. I think.
Okay. Well, then sit with someone who you haven't talked with in a long time. How about that? So we'll reconvene at 12:45.
Okay. Thank you.
Is everyone fed and happy? Okay.
Thank you, Christine.
Yes, Christine.
Thank you.
All right, so we're about to get into the tighter part of the funnel, right? Where we're gonna start distinguishing all these pieces of information that we put together, and all of them will inform your strategic plan. And so I'll show you, I'm gonna walk you through how that works. So our next step is we're going to revisit each of these boards. We're gonna look at all the things on them, make sure we understand what they mean, and see if there are common themes that can be put together, right, of topics that we have, and combine the ones that can be combined. Okay? And then we're going to prioritize them. That's the step after we combine them and make sure we understand what they mean. So you can either sit where you are, but if you can't see well, I suggest maybe come back up, because I'm going to go through each of these and we're going to make sure that we know what they mean. So, let's see, thinking about my pens. All right, so on the strengths, I'm going to go through each one and say, make sure we understand. Here we have people, that's pretty straightforward. We know it's about people. Then we have flexibility. We have willingness to try. We have working with community, adaptability, resilience, creative or creativity, length of service, longevity, new perspectives. The leader is the largest city of size, the geographic offerings, your natural resources, diversity, and this was of demographics, of thoughts, of experience, respect, the tribes and the economic impact that could come from them, the growth mindset, relationship with state agencies, community agency groups. You talked a lot about the shift there and how there's a new openness there. That you have SWAC in higher education and the airport. So looking at this, there are some themes here that I see, but this is your plan, so you're going to need to tell me what they are, because there's, I think, some things that can be combined. Do you see that? Mm-hmm. Okay, so let's start combining the ones that need to be combined.
I think I like your flexibility, adaptability, so it's all those things.
All the ability ones? Yeah. That's what I said. It was kind of like the, there was a, like, that's all a culture. It's like you have a culture. And I would say that we have this willingness to try and flexibility, adaptability, the creative piece, respect, the growth mindset.
Diversity.
You think the diversity of thought too?
Yeah, that's kind of flexibility, basically.
Okay. If we use the word culture for all that, would that be okay? Is that a good word to capture that, or do you want a different word?
How about identity? Is that?
I don't think that's encompassing, but I think culture can be a trigger to others, so I don't know if culture is the right.
Okay, we don't want that word.
Almost like
So maybe a synonym. Does anybody have AI going that can say, so what's a synonym?
Yeah, this won't take us that long to do
good.
this, so we're gonna go.
I gotcha. It's here. I almost feel like flexibility could be the.
I'm circling that, and then I'm just gonna make it really clear. That is included, and I'm gonna cross off the ones that we're not using, but it's not because we're not using them, we're gonna actually put them up here, so, we're gonna have, creative, I mean, it's facing crazy at the moment, it'll make sense in a minute what we're doing. And you think diversity, does everyone agree that diversity of thought, experience goes in here, or does that go with people?
I mean, flexibility is kind of a function of people, so I don't know.
think flexibility, diversity, and thought are actions, adjectives. People, community groups are nouns.
Well, I'm not looking at people, okay, I get that, okay.
I don't know, like
Breaking it
something
down
we
into
can
grammatical
physically touch
characters.
versus something we feel.
I think that that's a great way to kind of separate those things is grammatically, I mean, they're divided because they are more alike in function.
You've got an English teacher here, so yes, that worked for you.
Yes, I agree that. I like that.
What are we calling that then? English teacher of ours?
It doesn't matter, we'll just leave it, we'll figure it out. But I do want to know where to put diversity.
I think it fits in this.
This
piece.
Does everyone agree with that, that diversity goes into this mindset piece? Anything else go in this mindset, or this flexible mindset, this whole, this ethos, we'll call it, just for right now?
Adaptability and resilience, would that be in there?
Well, I crossed that.
Oh, you did cross that out, is that what, okay.
You say new perspectives, I can't remember what.
It was that you have new staff
Oh,
that provide new perspective, which is a little bit different than the flexibility. It's actually just a new lens.
got it.
So when you look at the rest of these, is there anything else that goes together?
Say geographic, just our place, our location, maybe?
I'm wondering if this largest and geographic, does that go together, these
Yeah.
two?
Like, yeah.
Okay.
Would the like education airport piece go with that or different?
Well, it depends on how you look at it, and those are attributes that help you, but they're kind of two different ones, so it depends on if you want to have this attributes and you're going to leave them separate. And this is everybody's decision, so.
If we're talking about leaders as part of, being leaders in the coast, I think maybe tribes could be put in there as well. It's part of being.
That may be just its own thing, because there's so many dynamic aspects of that. I went to Lucinda, but I think that might be completely separate as
To me, this feels like it is people, feeling, and location. Like that's,
yeah.
so people being staff, community, groups. The feeling is that flexibility, and then location is city, those are to me the themes that I see here.
Yeah, the only other one that I think the new perspectives might go with people, because
Yes.
you have new perspectives of new people, right? Does that work?
Yeah.
Well, what else I thought do we have institutional knowledge or length of service on that?
Yeah, length of service, I
Yeah,
think
that
that's
would
the
go
same.
under people too.
It's the other side of the spectrum.
Yeah. Thank the future.
Yin and yang.
Yeah.
Okay, so when we work with this, just know anything that has a line through it, do not put your dot on it, okay? I'll get to that in a minute, but they're captured in a different place.
But we're not trying to get to 3 here.
No, not yet, you're ahead of me.
Okay.
I'll lead us, remember?
Sorry.
I'm leading us.
That's why I gave you here's my 3 things I see.
No, we're not there yet, we're gonna get
Okay,
there.
all right, it's fine.
Anything else here? We good? Okay, so this is the process through which we're going to go for each of these. And so we've done it once, so now you have an idea here about what we're looking at. So now on this one, let's look at the same thing. We have, and just I read them out loud in case you can't read my writing, because sometimes I get a little messy when I do this. Time, money, this is largely resources and the amount of staff. That was all about your resources.
that you're economically depressed, the closed mindset, the fear mentality, perception of disunity of the communities. That had to do with other communities that kind of got folded in. I think that was that yours, Jacob? I think that's what that was. The miscoded ordinances, some of the processes, that is an issue. Internal processes, I might not go together because that's all one big thing, right? Not knowing or making limits or boundaries. This was staff or even council. You're not exercising that. You're just saying, we're going to do it all, right? You're being a superpower, but it's actually exhausting everyone. Okay, social media, connectivity. This is like with where you are, with the places around you, that if you have your bridge go out, you're hosed, basically, right? So that's an official term. Okay, and then that you're the largest city, being a weakness, limited workforce expertise. That's not you guys. I think that's in the community, right? I think that's what we meant. Difficult, not.
Not taking things personally.
Yeah, not taking. This was from Lucinda saying that, you know, when you're on the dais, sometimes people are like shooting arrows at you, and sometimes it's hard not to take the shot. Right? The aging infrastructure.
Staff too. I mean, I really make that from staff level as
It's
well.
both. Okay. And then past practices, codes. So I think that this municipality, municipal codes, internal processes, and the past practices, those are all about internal processes that are one thing together. Do you see that?
Yep.
Okay, let me fix that then. And then you look for others while I'm doing that.
Maybe community mindset. Well, I'm just thinking of social media plus closed mindset. We gotta change that.
Yes, change it.
Okay, this is all one.
We're waiting on you.
Okay, is there anything else that, I mean, these may be separate things too, so if they're separate, it's just fine to leave them separate, because we're gonna work with them how that part goes. If there's anything else that you feel can go together. Can you guys see okay? I'm not seeing anything, and I do this all the time. Usually I can see them, but I think these still are separate.
Okay.
But if you see something, we will combine that. Okay, all right. Next, I'll read this so you can read my writing. Economic development, tribes, tourism, and we did keep this separate. Joe thought we needed to keep these two separate. I remember because I specifically asked you. Partnerships, and this was a lot of things. Leveraging entities, relationships with higher ed, there's a lot of things there. Community engagement and developing the identity, being the gateway community. Communication, the opportunity to change the perspective. This is like PR, it was the public perspective we're talking about. That you have an opportunity to change the leadership in the community organizations or entities. The abundance of natural resources, the desire is there to develop, that's like a mindset, a development mindset, that you have that's there, that you're the largest city and the size of the community. Special districts were an opportunity, workforce development is an opportunity, relationships with government, other organizations. Education, an opportunity to grow your educational footprint with other entities, educational entities. Culture, that was not people culture, but culture, like, museums and music. And then develop identity. But we have that up here, so I can probably cross that one off.
I feel like tourism and culture could be combined. I don't know how the rest of the group feels.
The what?
Tourism and culture could be combined. Just because I feel like if we had, you were talking about a district though, weren't you?
I'm talking about tourism being, developed in a different way than economic development. Economic development, I think like Coos Village, waterfront, and that type of thing. So even
Yeah.
though tourism is an economic development driver, but it's separate. So I'm
You're-
thinking about how we interact with tourism with TSOC, the tribes, you know, that type of thing.
So-
Developments.
Would you be okay if culture was with that as a slash?
So I would say what you said last, it was a district, creating a culture district. So I think that could go up with, in the context of how it got on the board, it could go with special districts.
Is that right? Who said culture? It was actually Chelsea who said.
I mean, I hear that, but I said it from a terms of kind of a tourism, which then leads to economic development. If we capitalize on our culture,
True.
move it outwards,
Yeah.
then but
Culture, yeah.
a district would help. do
No,
that.
we-
But we have both, so
Yeah.
why don't I put it here and then,
Sounds like culture is gonna be something we focus on.
So then would develop identity also fit under that?
I think so.
Okay.
here.
Yeah.
Yeah, culture, identity.
Bottom.
Well, were we talking about, like, museum culture, we're talking about people culture, that's different. So let's define what the culture is, that's why I'm asking you, what does this mean?
I guess I was talking about community culture.
That's what I was- Not like museum culture.
Well, I feel museums, our resources in the community, all of them, I think, and the people who are behind those, but the people too, but I feel like it all ties into community culture.
Because you're talking about a unified vision, which is, yeah.
So is that, should culture be in with community engagement identity?
I think that makes more sense.
Okay.
So you're talking, Chelsea, are you talking like, when you think of like, Travis City, and you kind of know they're known for something.
Mhm.
You think of Bend, and you think of whatever Bend has to offer, you think of Coos Bay, whatever Coos Bay has to offer, North Bend, or is that what you're kind of?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it is like an identity.
And then, okay, so we'll come back here. Then. Not. Okay, this does get a little messy, but know that I cleaned it up. Okay. What else, might go together?
I think the economic development, the desire for the economic development.
Yeah, I think we're pretty well Anything else?
Mindset of collaboration, shared vision could go with that. Desire, economic development desire. Okay.
Is it that or is it partnerships?
I think of it in more of a, in terms of like our community members wanting to see a desire for development in some ways.
Well, then shared vision is identity a little bit. This is where you guys tell me where to put it. This is up to you.
I don't
Just
know,
leave
it's-
it too. What's that, Elizabeth?
I think I was the one who spurred that on. We got 3 years. I don't know if we can accomplish that, frankly, in 3 years. And no one before us has been able to accomplish. I know it sounds terrible.
Well, possibility,
I know.
you said that.
All right, I'll stay open.
We gotta start somewhere. We gotta start somewhere.
Yeah, but haven't we been doing it? It's
Yeah.
good to keep it on the list.
Okay, so let's leave it. I was gonna leave it because there's not a preponderance of either direction. Okay, so we have all those. I don't see anything else that should come together. And it doesn't, well, it will work the way we have it too. Okay, threats. Unfunded mandates, climate change, FEMA, which actually goes in the unfunded mandates, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Or
And regulatory oversight.
Yeah.
Did we say natural disaster, climate change?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of put those together.
No bridge. Natural disaster, climate change, yeah, it all fits together, right?
Yeah. Rebuild our levees.
Okay, financial cliff, burnout, social media, economy, external expectations, this is what people think you should be doing it rather than really actually knowing what it is. Impact of other entities and communities, if that's a real thing, like some big thing has shifted and really landslide into you. Outside influences, information or misinformation. I wonder if there's like, it's like social media misinformation, outside information. I wonder if that all kind of goes together. Does that go together?
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else?
Does extremist views go with social media and outside info?
Yes,
And
100%.
just, yeah.
No, I would say it's within the same.
All right. So now we're moving into our funnel. And we're getting more towards the bottom part of the funnel before it goes into the little skinny part. And what I'm going to ask you to do, and this helps to inform making our top priorities and focus areas, I'm going to give you each a bunch of dots. And you're going to take the top 3 things on here for you that you think are the most important top 3 things. So you'll each get 4 sheets of 3 dots, and you will choose 3 things from each. Okay?
Can we put all 3 dots on one thing?
That's the next thing I was going to say.
Oh.
Yes. If you think that like this unfunded mandates is the biggest, you can put all your dots on.
Imagine that, Jennifer.
You may not sell your dot. You may not do that. Okay. So take a minute to look at them and I'm going to hold that one sheet. So take a minute and you're going to prioritize them. And people have different ways of doing this. Some people feel like they get influenced by watching other people, and if you're one of those, you should go first. But the thing is, it doesn't, and the colors of the dots I'm going to give you don't necessarily, they don't mean anything. You can make them mean something if you want, but they don't.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And if I give you an extra,
Just do it.
cheat.
Come on, Chelsea. Be brave.
We were the first one.
With dots, so it's okay.
Oh, so you get 3 dots per sheet.
You can use one, all dots on one sheet in terms of like your, if you have 3 and you want them all on one topic, but you cannot use all on one spot. We would know if that happened. I do have my checks and balances. Yep.
I'm gonna drop mine on her.
I'm not sure that that's allowed, but I want Jennifer.
That was a good one.
Go ahead, get in there. I don't know what we're gonna do, but I'll come back. I can't decide, how's that? You want one?
Yeah.
Seriously?
So who found my lost one?
Do you need an extra?
What color are you missing?
I don't,
Oh, what are you doing?
I had blue, red, and yellow.
For some reason, I don't want to play Twister.
I actually had to
group with whom I did play Twister, and it was really fun because they wanted to do something creative, but then I realized I probably couldn't do that anymore because of HR issues, so I never got to do it again.
Good point.
Although they loved it, actually, it was really fun, because they wanted to do something to break the ice and do something different.
That's what's for today.
Let's see, what are the most important? Because
You're already done? No. I got one more to do.
I make glasses. I'll go.
Nice. You look kind of
Superhero.
Ninja Turtle.
Yeah.
They're more superhero.
Yeah, nice.
You know, like the superhero emoji.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just dropped yours.
Is that a donation?
I made one, literally.
You're fine, I don't know what I'm
To
doing.
start with. I don't see it either. What are you looking for? 7 pages, 7 dots.
Do you need an extra? Do you need another one? Well, you get to do each sheet, so if you need an extra one, just,
I can't, I only have 3.
no, I'm gonna give you another one,
Okay.
so. Oh, no, I meant to give you that one. Thank you for being honest, because you could have skewed the outcomes.
By an extra dot.
One day, one of my favorite churches around here, finally just said, yeah, that works all the time, man, for years. But finally, I just want to roll the place a little bit more dressy. I love the rocket. Yeah, of course, like, it's really like snap back. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, right? Where are you from?
I gotta bring my sweatshirt.
Nice. That's a good one.
But not, that's not. More job.
And wearing my most warm polo.
Making quite the adventure. I know, right? I'm curious. The 7 grams rating. Is that you or you guys hired a firm? Okay. I always talk about identity. I feel like 7 grams is a big
Well, it's
especially
especially
downtown.
it feels like we're just trying to highlight what we do well here, like our sense of place. I want to make our business be a part of this place. Highlighting what we do well and what I wanted that. I wanted to say something that has a sense of place for Coos Bay. Like other bands. Well, I think good name is I think that our best names are not in there. So I feel like Groundswell, I got it. Eric and Amber is your I want an Eric.
Like, what's going on?
Yeah.
They're staying there, obviously, there's a, I don't know if it's ordinance or whatever.
Category.
I mean, it's like they're honest to God dolphins, and they're all moving together, it's 30 of them.
Wow.
I heard this morning walking, all of a sudden I heard you feel someone.
That's gonna stand out.
It's crazy.
What about the dark? I see it, I heard walking by Coos Bay.
It's a journey. So if you think of something,
Yeah.
like a cool term for around here that you would hear around here. Lend a sense of place. That's what we're looking for.
Prosperity.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Which is still in peace, they promise.
Together like dolphins.
Oh, wow. There's a zoo. I'm locked in my own box. But I'm also trying to connect.
And I agree, because when I ordered, I say
We all
Amber.
made a
I don't say
ring,
Eric.
and then we all died together.
Someone
So
used to say on
is that
Facebook,
naming, doesn't,
social media was complaining
doesn't do it
about their health
justice,
because
because
barking
you wanted
was bothering.
well, it's like if you drink Coors Light.
And then someone said, oh, there are ways to make money.
Okay. Let's see, I thought it was like the latest. Okay, so this is good. That's not what you expected at all. No, either.
I was thinking of
Because
like.
one of the things I used to do is
I'm
sit
trying
on
to
a
grow jazz.
maybe this is a different formula. I feel like it's a different formula than what I used to have, you know, we'll say how many years ago. Because I used to this whole time and stretch them.
No, you can't try it. I don't even try it.
I'm disappointed.
Because I can cruise to like, I can't eat breakfast and I feel like dark.
Kids these days, they're missing out.
Yeah, you kick it up, and then so then if I eat breakfast, I end up eating like an extra 800 calories a day. And if I don't eat breakfast, I just drink my black coffee in the morning, and I just kind of cruise until lunch. It's just like I started eating breakfast. And I was like, oh, there it is. There's that other place. Right before I go to Costa Rica. Great. Yeah. Probably can't say that.
Yeah, that feels big and bulky.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
It's
And you
a
gotta have an empire.
Not all of us are muted, remember that.
One, but.
No, but are we recording Imperial Scout? Like it's is anybody gonna watch that? But I like the about yeah. Who's watching? Who's watching?
That would be a cyber.
Background music.
Yeah. I mean, I can see
Yeah, we're done with this. We're picking beer names now.
I don't have my microphone. I didn't know that.
He's saying, I like sports.
Yeah. He's so vain. I just find that breakfast makes me hungry. That's all it does. I don't do anything else. Today I just think 78. I try to be an introvert. But not gonna change. Where should we do that?
Okay, well then there's no hope that that will come in. Like, actually, I want to do a bit of some fuzziness. Yeah, fuzziness in that audio.
No.
Just two.
Yeah, I'll keep that since it's your comment on that.
He's a kind of intelligence.
You want to see the world?
It's tough to drag those things.
I'm not doing this anymore, Joe.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
What do you know about it?
Would like to know about, yeah, because I don't believe every money.
I've heard some.
It's so bad. Like the worst flu season is bad.
It was so bad. Yeah, he didn't tell me.
I am not dealing with stress very well.
Yeah, that was the first one. He didn't even call me. No. Oh, no, it's always drove by and told me.
I'm leaving for vacation on Wednesday.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a reminder that coping mechanisms is important and lowering your stress is important. Mental health, that's why I said mental health.
He says, well,
Okay. Survey said,
All right, Family Feud.
I'm wondering if somebody voted extra on the threats, because I don't think the numbers work out right, but it doesn't matter. But look at what came out.
probably those 3 I lost.
Yeah, somebody else voted for you.
It's okay. So look at how you tallied this out. And then tell me what you think or what you see from that. Any thoughts, comments, observations?
Serious need for money.
Yeah? What else?
Well, we have large concentrations of numbers. It's not like it was difficult to pick the top numbers. I mean, 10 out of 14, 13 out of, those are like
So
mines.
you're in alignment.
Like mines.
Like
Yeah.
minds, in alignment. That's why I say that part of the process is important to see that you're landing in a similar place. What else do you see?
I feel like I separated this out to who, what, when, where, why kind of things. It's like we have the who, we have the desire, the what. We don't, the how, the money, resources is what we don't have. And then the where is like regulations and how to navigate where we would do things. But I don't know, I guess that's how I tend to.
Yeah, that will be helpful for our next exercise. Or when we get to actually our focus areas, that would be helpful. What else?
Well, we talked about burnout and all of that, yet it didn't make the list because we're a bunch of overachievers. And we're like, hey, let's keep going. So
Yeah. But I'm wondering, it came, in my mind, like this whole internal processes piece will help with some of that burnout. And this came up at the top. This is important because it was all over your assessment when we did it together, and then it still is here. I always look for things if it doesn't come up the same, if like there was
something that happened. And that's why we talk about it, because when you talk in a group, it's different than when you're sitting there kind of in your own vacuum of your brain. And I don't mean that in a bad way, but just, you know, it's different. What else? Anything else?
This just seems like a list that's accessible, like we can do these things. We're not setting something up that's not reasonable, you know?
Yeah. So this is the step that we're doing before we're gonna revisit your top priorities, because now we've gone through the whole process, and when I talk about the funnel, this helps you get to the pinch point where you're going to do your actual intentionality, Jacob. Because when you start to see, oh wait, here's how we're flowing, and we can see kind of that, what you said, Carmen, how are we gonna then take this information and for the next couple of years work with this in our plan and to set your goals when you get there. And this is always a hard time of the day because everyone's having like lunch coma. So we're gonna do one more exercise and then we'll have a little break, and then we're gonna do a different type of exercise where we work in groups, where we'll use a different part of your brain, so you're actually getting a discussion in groups. So through this process, we're going to use these for later for the group exercise. So we're going to still need this, because your SWOT always helps inform your strategies, but it also helps inform your work plan. So now, we're going to come back. Where can you best see? Because we're going to work with this now. I want to make sure everyone can see. You can get up too. You don't have to sit at your seat. It probably actually work well if you got up, because everyone's like slumping into their chair. So now we're getting like more into here of the funnel. And what I want to do, we're going back to the top priorities, because first we do a brain dump about them, just so we're catching everything that people are thinking about. But now what we're going to do is the same process, but this has more import, because these are going to actually start helping to create your focus areas. I want to go through these, make sure we understand what they are, and again, see if there are themes that are like things. And this is actually more important because this is going to drive your focus areas when we get to that step. And your focus areas are your top 3 very highest, like high level buckets that your plan is going to be, and then there'll be strategies that come up underneath. And I'll show you an image of that in a minute when we do this exercise. So I'm going to read through these, and then again we're going to see if there are things that need to be combined or that need to be further defined. So we have partnerships, working together, collaboration, housing, funding, infrastructure, and this included, we put expansion, fire vehicles, city operations, things like that. I think a lot of that falls into the public works, We have development, like diverse development. This was like diverse economic development. Communication, this was internal and external. Can you guys see okay? This mindset shift, this is like managing the chaos. We were talking about that. Livability, multimodal transportation, staff capacity expansion, a need to do that, to, work with that. The accountability for blighted buildings, community engagement, moving people along, the library, systems, processes, permitting. So do you see things here that can be combined?
Housing and livability.
Housing and livability, does everyone agree with that?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah.
Does public safety go there, or do you like livability, public safety?
Yeah, I feel like livability could encompass public safety and multimodal
Multimodal is actually like an infrastructure thing.
Yep. It's also part of livability.
Well, but infrastructure is stuff that you actually need to work on, right? Livability is an outcome.
Yes, that's true.
What else?
What could housing and what about development? I mean, what's that we're wanting? We're wanting development and we're wanting housing. Are those two different
Well,
things?
if we said that this was economic development, it's not that housing isn't a part of that, but housing is its own kind of animal.
So shouldn't it be almost livability and then housing's under livability that way?
It's all together, so we'll
Okay.
just
So
consider
then
it
like
together.
accountability for blighted buildings, I mean, I think that's all in there.
Yeah, where does the blight, or does the blighted
That'd be
building fit in development? Does
Well-
blighted go here?
I guess, okay, either.
That could probably include system process and permitting.
The system processing and, permitting, that's its own, that is a bucket of something that would need to be worked on, so it's a bigger piece, right?
Could,
I don't see those two going together.
Okay, yeah.
could system processes go under communication?
I would look at staff and say probably no.
Shouldn't you go with staffing almost? Or not? Expense and staff, capacity? Permitting doesn't fit in there though.
I see that as its own piece.
Yeah, I do too.
Okay.
I mean, yeah.
We don't have to combine everything. If they're separate, it still can stay that way, it's fine. We will find a place to put all of these things, but I'm just asking if there's any more, and I don't.
say that.
Yes, we will. They all fit somewhere as a part of the whole. Some just may be a not yet, or a not now.
Does library go with infrastructure?
I think so. Yeah, does that work? Library and
And
infrastructure.
then the multimodal, I know I said earlier, multimodal transportation.
Is that okay, Sarah? Mm-hmm. If multimodal goes in here. And it doesn't mean it's going away.
I just think I was just reviewing the council goals from 23, 25.
Yeah.
It just, you know, in thinking about some of the priorities that we put in place, and there was so much focus on parking lots, K through R. That's insane.
Well,
You
at the
know-
time it wasn't insane. There was a purpose behind
That's
it.
insane.
At the time it wasn't insane. There was a purpose behind it. And I think we achieved most of those goals.
What's so funny, I'll share with you, even in small communities, I work with a community that has 2,500 people, and parking is like, it's terrible to park, and I'm like, I was thinking of Jordan, because I lived in the actual San Francisco Bay Area, and I'm like, it is not terrible to park unless it takes you an hour to find a parking place. That is terrible to park.
Yeah.
So it always cracks me up, and even the smallest communities be like, parking is an issue.
Yeah.
Okay, anything else here? Because you're quiet, plus you also need to stand up because everyone's getting tired. We're gonna do the same idea here. Now, this has more stakes because here we're looking at over the next window of time, 2 to 3 years, what of these things do you think have the top 3 priorities?
Say that again.
On the top priority list of these things, which are the top 3 for the next 2 to 3 years? This is tough.
Well, you don't get
2
any.
to 3 years.
You didn't get any?
Did I
I'm
miss?
not sure if you
Who did I miss?
Mrs. Mayor.
I'm sorry.
You just want me to participate?
You get a special one.
Oh, thank you. I love yellow.
Good, okay. Top 3.
Great.
Please get to choose.
So excited.
Choose wisely. Choose wisely.
Can I split my dog? And keep your SWOT in mind as well.
Really got some stressors in my life I'm not dealing with.
I understand.
I mean, I know it's not.
I used to,
There
one
are
time,
stressors that can be relieved, like,
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
threw,
There are stressors that could be released.
I threw a bunch of calzones that came out the second time burnt, and I just threw them against the wall.
Yeah.
And they just fell.
Yeah.
And I just walked up and said, deal with it.
Yeah, yeah. I know, I'm calling this my second house. Then I started thinking about it. I'm gonna have my 13th wedding anniversary on Monday. And I'm like, my marriage is an afterlife. That's why it's a second house. It's basically a vacation.
Your first
That everybody can see. And it's not in a shiny new car, it's just broken bone.
You have my number, right? Before the next post comes up, before punching, you'll call, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's, you gotta work on your stress and healthy coping mechanisms. This is mental health awareness in the flesh.
Reminder. Maybe less
You know what? I've actually, one of my coping mechanisms, I'm not lying and drinking as much. So that's healthy. You have to replace it.
Exactly.
Not punishing.
Well, exercise, so you can do surfing and stuff.
Surfing, I've been doing yoga, I've been doing like meditation, I've been doing core workouts, and all this stuff. But that doesn't mean that my stress level has not.
I kind of feel better
Yeah, I mean, everyone. I know. He's like the least of my worries, honestly.
Grammar's tricky. So many rules and.
It's totally distracting.
Yeah,
from
especially
the
with
task at hand now.
computers, you know.
That does sound quite lovely.
Just use emojis and email, you know. Yep, English, and then I do like a tech elective class.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. Seriously, AI, give it a try.
It's impressive. I mean, I do it all the time, and it's so much more specific laying things out.
Yeah. What do you use, Gemini or ChatGPT?
Yeah. On my phone. And I put it on my computer. Microsoft.
Yeah, go ahead.
I haven't worked with that too much yet.
Yeah. That's.
We're feeling that there's pressure around.
Well, I mean, now it's just, I can't even forget it. I just talk to it. It's like, it is so much better. Well, I mean, I forget what I was asking, when I did my presentation
Oh, I didn't see, thank you. I sometimes miss them.
what was it, the tourism dollars spent for the county? Because the county in the regional area, including North
There was one facilitation I did, and it was after I had surgery, and I thought I was gonna be okay, and I was really tired towards the end, and I transcribed it. I miscounted all these things, I've never done that before, ever. So quite taken out, so don't overschedule yourself, right? More space for yourself. Yeah.
Upload it.
Okay.
And produce a podcast.
So.
Talking. Really? Yeah, Notebook Ellen by Google. Yes, I did it.
So here's what you said, is that housing, livability is very important, it's a 6. But the most important is your infrastructure, which is a 9. And then you have staffing capacity, that's a 7, as is systems and processes. That's really highly important, right? So what we're looking at here is your prioritization, and then we're going to work with this prioritization in combination with your SWOT, and these will inform your focus areas. And let me show you, I need to show, can you pop the slides up again? I need to pick up the slides to show you something. because we have a structure for the plan that we're going towards. Actually, you can take one and pass it down while I get this slide up. Because some people are visual, and I want to show you where we're going, because it will make more sense when I show you. So the structure of the plan, oops, I think I just wrote a pen all over me, is that we are going to work on a focus area. Focus areas are 100,000 feet topics, very high level themes, and you may be thinking when we write it, wow, this is so big, how does this work? But the idea is you want it to capture something very big. And then what comes underneath that are strategies. And strategies are still high level. They're 30 to 50,000 feet. And they support the focus area. And then the strategies, there's what the work plan will be built off of. And so, but we're not going to work on that today. And once we have the focus area and the strategies, we'll create a vision of success for the focus areas. If we're not too fried, we'll try to work on that today. If we're fried, we'll do it next time, because it may be too much to do today. And then the goals come after. You cannot write your goals until you have a clarity about what things need to be done. And so those come in after we do the work plan. Okay.
So if we want to add more parking lots and the goals.
Then you can do that there.
Oh,
yeah.
Shots fired.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's actually, we said that there's different levels of goals. Yeah. Some are more SMART goals that are aligned with like the tactical work, and some are higher level goals like a performance metric.
I was just being held.
No, I know you are, but it's actually, when you look at it, there'll be two different kinds of goals.
Got it.
So what we're going to work on next, and the reason why I passed this sheet out, is this plan has a structure. It's not that we're just going to wing it, right, and say, oh, we have these high-level things. The work that I do with the leaders of the organizations that are my clients, we take this structure, and this is just a pretty version of it. There's actually a working version. And so you'll see on this column, the orange, I actually really like orange, it's my favorite color. So the orange and the focus areas become a high-level thing that guides you, and then underneath you're going to have 3 strategies for each. And we're going to come up now with 3 focus areas. And over time, what will happen is once we figure out the work plan, that will inform the quarters in which these things happen. Okay, but that comes later. But I just wanted you to know this is where we're going, so that when we do the next exercise, it makes sense. I don't know how many of you are visual. I tend to be visual, so it helps. So what we want to do is take this top priorities and think about when we look at that, and I'm good with this slide. When we look at that and we look at them along with our SWOT, if we were to start theming this so that we have like 3 very high level buckets. This is where what you were talking about, Carmen, the buckets of how this works. And so let's start looking at that. What we see, infrastructure is a high level. Your focus area may not be called, I'm going to need that too, may not be called infrastructure. It may be called something else, or it could be called infrastructure, but this is high up on the list. You know, if you're prioritizing that, right? There's a whole systems or internal systems processes thing that's gravitating to the top that's intertwined with this staff capacity, because if you have better processes and systems, your staff capacity is going to go up, right? So this may be more of a high level, and this may be an outcome, or it may be something that you work on as a strategy. Right? You following me? Mm-hmm. So what we're trying to get to is if we were to take the information from here and from your outcome and think about 3 buckets, big giant buckets, 100,000 feet, what would those look like? And again, I'll remind you, typically with a strategic plan, there is an internal facing element and an external facing element.
So it's like efficiency of a bucket, or?
It could be, you could have one called organizational efficiencies, and there could be things underneath it. We're kind of brainstorming now to get to what those big ones are. I'm just gonna write that down as an idea, so we don't lose them. Any other thoughts that you're seeing?
Well, doesn't economic development should be there? I mean, there's so much that can go underneath it. I mean,
Yes, and that's
infrastructure,
another,
housing.
yeah, Joe, that's another way to look at it, that if there's so many things that could go under it, it is probably a primary focus area.
Right. And it was one of the top ones on opportunity.
Yeah. Right, you're following my train of thought here.
Would economic development be too narrowed in terms of like development, including housing?
Well, in my mind, economic development includes housing. So it depends on how we will define these. We're just looking for the big buckets right now. Like I said, we're not gonna walk out of here with a baked plan. And so once we work on this, we will define what it means so that when you show it out to the community, if it says economic development, there would be a little sentence underneath that said, this is inclusive of blah, 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 right? And that's totally technical term, blah, 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 blah. Yeah.
I think under economic development, then you would also have, that would be where revenue or funding would also probably set, because I think with that, you'll generate revenue.
Okay. So you're getting to the strategies.
Sorry.
That's okay.
I'm already there.
Yeah, you're already there. You're good. But I'm gonna hold that off for a minute, but see if there's one more.
Infrastructure.
But housing would go under economic development.
No, she said it was separate.
Is housing separate?
Well, if you're having 100,000 foot bucket, it's not separate. If you're having it, in how we did it, it's separate because, and the other thing I just asked you to think about, and this came up both in economic development groups that I work with and the other city I work with, is how much can you do to impact housing? Because the city isn't going to build housing, it's the regulatory and developmental things and the code and stuff like that that you can do that can impact housing.
How about community
Yeah, well, we are, but I think we're involved in building housing, so I think.
You're going to actually build housing, the city's going to build
We are
housing.
giving the opportunity to do it by having property available,
Okay.
Infrastructure with pump station potentially,
Okay.
that type of thing,
Okay.
which has allowed that to happen. And then we're doing that actively now.
Incentives.
Yeah, okay. So we'll get, the strategies will help those things to figure out how you're gonna do it, but we wanna get to these very high level buckets.
I mean, I would want to build housing, but I think I would stress staff out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Close that down. Infrastructure.
Close that
Okay, but let's have one conversation. So I'm giving.
Infrastructure, and to me, that means both the physical roads, listen to that, it's also people, it's processes, it is the thing by which we get from here to there.
No, that's a different, well, my infrastructure
Well,
would be like
let me-
roads and all that other stuff.
Yeah, so let's look at this. If we have an internal versus external, this is the process piece, like the internal processes. External facing is all that you need to do around infrastructure. Right?
I feel like livability would be a
It's-
1,000-foot view.
its
with
own
all
bucket?
Safety, and was that?
Its own bucket.
For me, it's like, it involves infrastructure, all those different things, but it's also more of a mindset concept, a safety concept,
Maybe that's more of a value, and so it's a livability is part of the value of what you want to have here, and it's overarching of everything.
Okay, yeah, okay, so that's like 10,000.
Yes.
Good
But
job.
I don't want
Say
to
what you're
lose
supposed
it.
to say.
We have a value.
Poster child.
There we go. That's like the shared common goal that we all have.
Yeah,
'Cause we
yeah,
all-
so if that's if you look at this, and I think I've been spelling it wrong the whole time, but just know that I'll fix it. So if livability is the overall outcome, does that fit for you? Because we don't lose it, it just means that it's a lens through which you're looking to do all of this.
I like that.
Do you like that?
I
Does
can
that work?
I can like that.
Okay.
Is that like a brand?
It's not exactly a brand, it's sort of like your ethos, or a culture thing, or a bigger picture. I always shy away from branding when I'm talking about strategic plans, because branding is tactical, right?
So, like with public relations, could that be a bucket where you're talking about like partnerships, communication?
Communication is actually tactical, but there can be a strategic communications piece that would be more of a strategy. And communication is also one of those things that's in everything. And so you may have a focus that you need to improve your communication, and somehow that comes in. Typically, it would not be a focus area. It's not high enough level.
What would you recommend another one be?
You only get 3.
Okay.
So we can put a bunch down that you're thinking, but 3, you have shared with me where you are as an organization, and more than 3 is really difficult for anybody to do. And I rarely have a client that has more than 3 focus areas. I sometimes have clients that only have 2. So our goal here is to get to an essence, that the essence of these work, even if these aren't the words we're going to use, and then we're going to work on the strategies. Sometimes it helps to work on the strategies to figure out what these are called. And so sometimes I just pause here and we work on the strategies. So we feel like generally this is where they are, unless you feel like there's something missing. I mean, okay, so I'm just going to pause and then I'll tell you the thing I think that I would call one thing different. Anything else? This organizational piece, there is like an organizational health, and almost every client I work with has organizational health and sustainability or viability. Not viability sounds like you're broken, but you know, some type of resilience or organizational something. And then underneath that, efficiencies becomes like process efficiencies and things like that become part of what you, and it's also, Chris, where I put typically funding, because if you don't have funding, you cannot do any of this. Like funding has to be a strategy for you somewhere. We'll figure out where it fits, but it has to be a strategy for you. So we can call this organizational efficiencies, health, sustainability, whatever, but this is about organizational health, right? So, and then as we do the strategy, we'll figure out what goes in there, but every organization needs this. It's just they're in different iterations of what goes in here from the strategies. In terms of everything we've talked about, I actually think these are pretty good to work with, and we might shift them a little bit. It's sort of like things shift around. We're starting to make the puzzle now. Like we're starting to get the framework, and then we're starting to put the pieces in. And so we're going to do your part next, Chris, of breaking into groups. And then taking these one at a time and coming up with strategies that go with these, if we're okay with this. But I want to make sure that everybody feels like we captured the 3 that we need to capture.
Infrastructure, I know Nicole brought it up. What's her infrastructure description here? I mean, my understanding of infrastructure, I think, is different than what you're saying.
Well, I said it includes roads and wastewater, but it also includes people, and it also includes processes. Like it's all that is.
The people and processes are actually organizations.
Yeah, so you got the people and processes there. Then the infrastructure part should go under economic development, I believe, and there should be, if we do anything, there should be another category of thinking
That's
like
why we're
funding
talking,
or whatever it may be.
Yeah, that's why we're talking about this now, because once we start working on the strategy, you know, infrastructure may be part of economic development, because you can't do it without it, you know.
I mean, infrastructure is critical for ours, I think. Jennifer?
Well, here's how I look at it. Do you need to make some really strategic decisions about your infrastructure?
No, I mean, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but the big ones we've done, and there is a lot that we still need to do. But, you know, the wastewater plants, you know, I mean, our infrastructure and wastewater, I mean, we all know it's there, and there's a lot of different things that do. We're making a huge impact on the roads. I know there's a lot to do, but I mean, I think it's tied to economic development.
So as a group, is it or is it separate? This is the discussion, because you're all going to make this together.
So Joan's right. We absolutely have made great strides in the wastewater, in the wastewater treatment plants, but there's outfalls associated with that. There's pump stations associated with that. There's the 90 miles of wastewater, 50 miles of stormwater not getting under. There's the Empire Fire Station. There's the library. There's these huge my vote is to keep it separate, just because there's so much associated with it.
Yeah. Other thoughts?
I would stay separate too, because all that stuff that Jennifer just said, whether we add another house or not, all that still needs to be done. Then we start adding more to it, more obviously more will have to be done for that, but it's stuff that needs to happen.
And to that point, we're not talking about now, we're talking about future.
And I think that's good, then I think we need to describe that. I mean, we're talking, this is not 3-year range. We're talking 20 years range or 30-year range. I mean,
Yes.
there's a big difference here.
But you need to start somewhere, and if you put this stake in the ground now, it helps you. Perhaps one of the ways to look at it more strategically is that we're making, you know it's a priority, but you're making it even more of a priority because you're going to start looking forward to what needs to be done. So things, you're not kicking the can down the road, you're starting to prioritize the infrastructure things.
If that's the case, then I think we should have funding, and then infrastructure should be under funding. Because without funding, you're never going to get the infrastructure.
Let's assume that funding is a part of all of this and it's going to fit in here somewhere. We know that it's going to fit in here somewhere.
All right.
I think, Jacob, did you have a comment? You looked like you
No,
had.
I also like the idea of keeping infrastructure separate, because the way I think of it is economic development is future, or you're producing something versus infrastructure is you're maintaining what currently exists, is kind of how I see it. So to me, those seem separate.
I got a question.
Sure.
What is in the economic development if it doesn't include infrastructure? What is separate?
That will be coming with the strategies. And that's why sometimes I pause here to work on the strategies to make sure that these are the correct focus areas. Because sometimes we shift them a little bit after we do that exercise.
I guess that's where I'm like, okay, well, what is the focus of the
Okay, so what would you put in it?
I would include infrastructure, or have it be a part of infrastructure. I don't know, I guess it was a question for the group.
Yeah.
Like we have economic development as a key thing, but what does that look like? I guess I just wanted to
What
find
do
it.
we want to develop?
Yeah, like what are we even talking about when we say economic development? Are we talking about infrastructure in terms of port and various things? Or are we talking about processes for getting people to regulate?
Let's just say right now, processes and the internal stuff are going in here. Organizational, that includes the permitting and regulatory stuff.
I
right?
guess I'm
Let's just-
asking because I don't know and I want
Okay.
other people.
So here's a way to look at it. The economic development could be, tourism. It could be one of your strategic focuses, tourism. Partnership development actually could go in here because you need to do that in order to do economic development. Like you could have a strategic partnership development could be underneath this. Those kind of things could go underneath
That
it.
makes sense.
I just think from a 100,000-foot elevation now, I just think personally, infrastructure and economic development are too close and not the same.
Okay.
I feel like we have something that addresses like processes and the overall health of our city or our organizations. And I think that economic development is good because obviously that there's a whole list, but I don't know if we've put anything in to like accomplish like what our area has to offer. So I'm almost thinking of something along the lines of we ever really talk about I don't want to say culture because I know the culture is not necessarily what the word you like to use, but I'm almost thinking, what do we have that could like label us, our community? Maybe it's environmental, yeah, maybe it's, and then we can put a bunch of stuff up underneath that. I don't know. I don't have the name. I don't have the word for it, but I'm thinking.
It's this community identity idea?
Yeah, it's this, and I think that's kind of where we may be personally lacking, because I think we're taking care of the processes, the health. We're talking about developing our area, but we don't talk about
The cohesive.
our
Shared goal kind of thing. I feel like I'm confusing infrastructure with economic development being too tightly close. I mean, they can be very different in terms of their definitions, but like they seem very closely tied, and that's where I'm having a hard time separating them into two giant silos.
I agree with you too, because I don't know if it's a topic that community identity is, I think we struggle as overarching, like a big community, right? We talked about North Bend, we talked about Flora, we talked about, all the things, but if we had a community identity, it would be very clear, the work that, the things that we can brag about, but the work that we need to do. So I think that has real merit.
How does the whole SWAT fit into that? And how does it bubble up in terms of the top priorities? Because it actually didn't come into the top priorities. And that would be the only place I would push back. I totally get what you're saying, but everything we've talked about today, it's come up, but it hasn't been the top.
Largest city.
Largest city.
Okay, so that's identity.
Social media.
Livability and-
Social media is a threat. That's because we don't know who we are. We've got people out there who have different visions and thoughts about, and we need to come together on determining who we are.
Is it almost like talking about a community directive or direction? Because I feel like we're like scattered, we're like shotgun approach to all these things. We're like, yeah, we want works on staff capacity. We're like, yeah, we'll do that, and then we're all over the board. And so having a unified direction would be really, I've always thought that's what we need. We're just pulled in so many different directions.
So I do want to pull in the card, and this is in your wheelhouse, Melissa. We also have to look at your money and your resources, because whatever you have here, you have to be able to support it in your plan, or your plan will not succeed. And so do you have the money to do a whole community direction identity and the time and everything, to do that? That's a whole exercise unto itself.
But that would be pulling in other entities.
Yes, it would be.
To help spread that.
Yeah.
And how do you impact change if you don't have buy-in?
Okay,
And we
yeah,
all
good.
have
We're making
to-
progress here, what that means.
It's putting the stake in the ground.
Like
To her point on the infrastructure part, I still think infrastructure needs to go to economic development for what the chief said and Carmen said, because, Jennifer, I understand what you're saying about pump stations, but that's an ongoing thing in our collection system. And the outfall is a new issue that we have, but that's always going to be ongoing, some kind of thing. And then the fire station and the library, yes, but it's part of economic development. Just getting them passed, that's my thing. Without infrastructure, there is no economic development. I agree.
If you didn't have infrastructure in there, I would be worried. As long as
No, I
it's in
agree.
there somewhere, whether it's a strategy or an overarching, I think it's fine. But if you,
I guess you could go economic development / infrastructure if you
could.
wanted to, but, I don't
That's
know.
what I was saying.
That's just doing the same thing,
all right. So let's work on our strategies. Let's do that, and we'll take it based on these three. Like the organizational health, that piece would be one. These together, just for exercise, and if we need to change it, we will, would be 2, and this one would be 3. Okay? And so the next step is to build strategies based on each of these. And I think we'll do the community identity direction one first, because we need to see if it has legs, right? And if you don't come up with enough things where you're like, oh yeah, this all fits in based on your SWOT, then we'll find that out. Does that make sense?
Can I say one more thing?
Please do.
Maybe this is all going to kind of play out.
Yeah.
I guess maybe what I also was trying to get at with what I'm talking about that is, okay, so we have great processes in place. We have a huge, 100,000-foot name for that and a bunch of stuff underneath it. Then we have economic development, we have a bunch of stuff underneath there. But if we don't have, so I've lived here for 24, 25 years, and our population has pretty much stayed the same. So if we don't have reasons for people coming here or reasons for people wanting to be here, then the processes, all the processes we put in place and all how healthy we are as a community, that doesn't necessarily drive economic development, doesn't drive growth, doesn't bring in funding for additional infrastructure that we need, and all that kind of stuff. So I guess that's what I'm saying. We got to kind of almost identify ourselves as what are we, and what is Coos, what does Coos Bay have to offer, and have people be attracted to that, and say, if that's something going on, I want to go there, I want to be a part of that.
So Chris, I'll ask you, so the BCB, that's, Coos Bay, North Bend, and Charleston, that's Oregon's Adventure Coast, right? And that's the entity that's responsible for branding. So, and, we have the Nicole, who sits on that board. Is that what you're talking about? Because there is an organization that's already focused on how do we get people here, right?
Yeah.
And I guess from my perspective, community identity was more a conversation of trying to figure out what we want to be, right?
Yeah.
What type of community we want to have,
Yeah.
what type of infrastructure and development we want to have. That's what community identity is for me.
No, I agree. That's what I'm meaning, but I think it also is. I'm not talking the marketing side of community. I think that's where Travel Oregon and that's where they come in. They market us, but we have to know what we are before we get kind of marketed, and that's kind of exactly how you just defined that. I think is exactly what I'm also feeling like. It's like we have to identify what kind of community we want to be. Basically.
It's like finding your why.
Yeah,
really.
your why.
And there's
There
a
you go.
Simon Sinek video when he did a TED Talk. It's about finding your why and starting with why.
We use that a lot at the police department
Yeah.
when we're setting our goals and why do we want to do that?
Right.
Don't just say
Right.
it because it sounds good, but why?
Right.
And does all the organizations and businesses have that same feel that we're all working towards that same, or is everybody just kind of
Doing their own thing.
Yeah.
Surviving.
Yep.
Yeah, right now.
Okay, so let's, for purposes of this, and know that nothing is in stone, this is an iterative process. So we're going to start, actually, I'm going to start with organizational health for this exercise because it's a little bit easier to get to the strategy, and then we'll go to the community direction to make sure it fits. But I'm going to practice one that's easier to do than that one before we start, to start with. So what I'm going to split you up, and I want these groups to be a mix of council and staff so that we're not all council or all staff. Do you think that's the best way to do it?
Oh.
What?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
No, I agree.
So I'm going to
Nicole.
give you a number, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1. Okay, so we're going to split up into your group, whatever your number is, right? So you're a 1, go to, if you're 1, go to Chris.
All right, where's 3?
Yeah, where 3 go to Carmen.
All right,
And then-
3 comes with me.
You're 2, right, Chelsea?
Oh, yeah, I was coming to 5. Yeah. So get in your groups and then I will give you the instructions because getting in the groups always is like. Okay.
No. What are we supposed to do?
Well, I'm going to tell you, but I always have you get in your groups first because for some reason it derails people to get in a group and then you have to figure out where you're going to go or whatever. Okay. So again, with the mindset that a focus area is 100,000 feet, very high level, and then strategies are still 50,000 feet. They are not tactical. They are not operational. So what I want you to do is in your group, I'm going to give you a set of Post-its, and I want you to put one thought per Post-it as to strategies that come up under organizational health.
Can you give an example of a not?
Funding.
tactical? Okay.
Big picture funding. You can't do anything without funding. It might be, funding diversity or something like that would be a strategy under organizational health. You also know your internal processes have to be reworked, like systems would be, I'm giving you some, but we're practicing this one first because it's easy, because if you start thinking about the operational piece, then you need to up-level it and say in service of what? You following me? Okay, so I'm going to give you the set of Post-its in Sharpie, one idea per Post-it written in legible Sharpie. The person
That's
with the
good.
birthday
You? Chelsea?
the person
Chelsea
with the
does.
birthday in
You have the best handwriting. I've seen your
Whoop, whoop, whoop,
handwriting.
whoop, I got that. The person with the birthday in February or the closest is the facilitator of the group. The person with the birthday 6 months later will be the recorder.
Right, January.
One idea per Post-it.
So we can like,
July is the
easy, I get that.
Okay, Yeah, you are only doing organizational help. I would suggest 3, but if you go over, it's okay.
Yeah. I can spell
P-R-O-C-E-S-S-E-S, if she spelled correctly.
process.
If she spelled correctly, we're all right.
His efficiencies is processes.
Yes. Yes, it is.
Okay. What about like mindset? And then culture / mindset, can we do that?
Sure. They don't like it, then they can change
Should we say internal?
Yeah.
I think it's got to start with
I think that it was that.
Yeah.
I think that we
We're looking at everything.
Okay, yeah, actually use your SWOT because your SWOT informs this whole process.
So our weaknesses were internal processes, so.
I think we do need to write, but I don't know if that's gonna be more tactical, maybe how we implement it.
Well, it could be mindset, underneath staff, could be
Yeah.
additional staff, but mindset of staff.
That's how you culture.
Huh? Does this go to culture? No.
Nope.
No, because it's organizational health.
But that's, if you have a toxic culture, you do not have a healthy organization.
Fair enough. But is that still under staffing?
I think the staff member can change culture, I mean, right?
Let's throw it in there. Yeah, we have to have a good workplace culture.
So, workplace culture.
Yeah, but I mean, are we supposed to go to the top priorities, or do we need to go?
So are we back to staffing? Do we say staffing or we say we don't agree with staffing?
I set it aside,
Might
but
be part of the workplace. Yeah.
We can streamline systems, but we have to have the staff. That's why I was
That's what I
saying
keep coming back to,
organizational
so-
health. If it's gonna be a healthy organization, it has to be staffed appropriately.
We can decide.
appropriate staff.
I think we say staff, and then we can
resources,
maybe
yeah.
drill down into that.
Okay.
Like resources come up.
Is that 3 to 4?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Good job, team.
Wonderful.
we're efficient. We're streamlining systems.
I don't know how you put this, but you also have to have like leadership. If you guys supportive leadership in these roles, because it's not.
I mean, I
Workplace
don't know.
culture goes to hell. You've seen that happen.
Are there things that need to be worked on there? The processes, funding.
Are you thinking of that as like a separate, well, it's not really, is that a strategy? It's more of a,
Yeah. No, I think it's.
I mean, I think we've had, in the past 8 months, we've had this like serious like internal
Leadership.
culture mindset
Yeah,
shift, and
yeah.
it's definitely impacted things. Yeah.
I mean, and those are things that nobody really has.
And
Control. We have
one of the things
influence.
that we did that was hard for me
Control.
is assessment of
Wow.
like we noticed that we were spending way too much money on databases and that we weren't getting enough
What's the phrase?
use
Give
of
me
the databases
strength
that
or,
we
you know,
were.
or what
So
do
it's
you
like
need
something
wisdom to
about
know what I can
internal
control, what I can't, and what I can influence, and what I can't, something.
Serenity prayer, is that what that is?
Yeah. But what do you guys think, as people who've been here longer than me, what are some,
Okay.
Sacred Cow restaurant.
How about processes?
A newbie might not know.
Yeah, because, I mean,
Oh, you can have
Categories?
experience in an executive committee.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Trying to
Yeah,
reduce
sure.
costs,
Sure.
and so like assessment
There's
of
community
where we're spending money.
engagement too.
Yeah.
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 Good leadership, good staffing.
Efficiencies, I think.
Because you have
Yeah.
people that government doesn't want to be part of it. They don't like the culture, they don't. That's why I still, I don't care to understand it, but I just feel like if we carved out a community, almost like a public relations officer, to address all of those things, just so there's someone putting out factual information, because there's not enough time.
Stemming
to
the
do it.
tide.
Yeah. I think it would be
Little blue
super
verified
helpful.
check mark. Yeah, that would be. So we don't have anything like that currently.
Well, I think everyone does a bit of it. I mean, how much time do you have to spend, right? But really, you don't have time for it. I take a class, we just ignore it.
Are you going on social media, like actually?
Yeah.
You get only up to 5 people, probably not, we will not use all 5.
We're ready.
Okay. You guys need to like lean it down a little bit.
Public information. Oh, gotcha.
Are any of them operational?
And then we spend a
So that's a question to ask yourself.
The better one is like 25 days.
Unless it's something.
We're doing it together.
Because
we are January babies.
And Jennifer and.
I don't think you stayed long. I was waiting for that. I know, I
I was
just,
waiting
I
for that
know.
Tuesday night. I almost turned it in.
Okay.
Yeah, and so maybe there's a way to rethink about what you have been.
All right. We ready?
We sure are.
Okay, number 1, go. Tell me what you got, and then bring it up here, and then as you're, if you're following group 1, then you put.
We're
like-
January babies, so we're
Joint-
co-facilitators.
Okay.
Go.
Streamlining systems.
Okay, systems, streamlining systems, excellent.
Workplace culture.
Okay, tell me more what that means.
Well, you have to have, if you're wanting a good organizational health, the culture of the organization and the workplace needs to be healthy as well.
Okay, good. What else?
Funding.
Funding. Okay, and then what's the last one you got?
And you have to have appropriate staffing levels to have a healthy organization.
Okay, so this is about capacity.
That's from team number 1. Not competitive.
Who wrote, that is like the most.
The
clear-
teacher.
The teacher, of course.
Okay.
I do it every day.
I mean, I can read that.
Yeah.
From here.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. Processes.
I've had to take pictures of everything today, so.
Yeah.
What else?
Culture, mindset.
Work copy.
Wow. Did you guys have a spy?
Yeah.
So assessment of efficiencies.
So that still falls into efficiencies. This is a operational
And
thing.
then people, which would be like staff.
Which is like, the
But
bigger
this
one
is
might
like
be
the quality
people.
people, the,
People.
Wait a second.
Yes.
Sammy, did you record your, who wrote those?
Oh, that's not my handwriting, you would have given me that.
Okay, all right.
Wow, that's even better than Jacob's.
You gotta step my game up. Yo, we gotta do more of these.
Police department.
Funding diversity?
I'm running him for chief.
What do we have?
Funding.
Diversity, excellent.
Staff development?
Right, so that's under people, that group, professional development, that kind of thing, excellent.
Internal processes?
Excellent. So then you have 2 more, and I just wondered what they are.
What are they?
Communication, internal communication,
Looks like
and
you're
external
getting your
communication.
steps.
I am getting my steps sure. And then I'm sorry, Chief, you had internal communication, is that right?
Yes, and external
And
communication.
external communication, 2
Okay.
separate ones.
Okay, my question, is communication go into processes? Or is it somewhere else, or is it its own thing?
We say internal, it's part of our workplace culture, I think. Right? If we're talking and interacting more, that's part of our culture.
Okay, and if it's external,
Is it part of your process? Is it external? Is it part of your process? Okay, we got 5, so just.
Yeah.
We were overachievers.
I thought funding was a given, wasn't it?
Well, it is, but you do
That's what we
need,
did. We
you need
decided
to
it was
have,
given.
you do need to have that in your plan. You can, and you may have, you know, the workplace culture and the people may get melded together in some way, shape, or form. Like I said, we're building this, and then we have a refinement session, which I don't know who's in the refinement session yet. Did you decide? So
We need to still talk.
okay, you'll figure that out. But the idea here is we're dumping our puzzle here, and then sometimes when you write out all the pieces and you look at it, then you're like, oh, right, we were kind of tired, and that doesn't totally make sense, and we're going to work it around. That's why I do a refinement after every single session, and that will happen on the 18th of February with a smaller group, a very small group, and then it will come back to the group before the March 1st session so you can all look at it. And there will be some steps and some homework for the March 1st session, which I haven't built yet because I needed to see how this came out before I build it. To see, I know part of our steps, but I need to see the rest of it. Okay, so when you look at this, how's this feel? How's it seem?
It's good. It's
And
a community identity.
Yeah, and we look at this and we're like, okay, we captured things. But now I want you to do the community identity one because I think we need to see what's in it, right? But I wanted you to practice keeping this high level before we did it. This is sometimes a very difficult exercise for people because they get into the weeds, and so I like to do an easier one first. Okay, so we're going to do same groups, but I want you to use different color Post-its because it helps me when I'm transcribing. And try to stick to, 3-ish.
3-ish.
4, 5 is a lot.
Know how to do
Gorgeous city.
that stuff. Like
Social media.
So we're doing community development.
Remember, Nicole, 3. You always go clear rating.
I've learned from you. Are we doing economic? No, we're doing community development. Identity development.
Community
Or identity. Or identity, whatever you call it.
Just make sure.
Community identity.
Yeah, whatever you call it.
I think she's going to 3.
And if you want to switch up how to do writing or how to do reading.
So there was
Natural resources.
It's like if we.
Are you talking about like little feet? Well, so you can do.
So like that's the.
Livability is what
That's right, but it's
Well, Oregon City, right?
Yeah.
But what would you do in this strategy about the largest city? How would that look? Yeah, what would that look like? That's what, it's like we want to keep it high level, but this is why we're doing this one. This is the one I'm wondering if it's really the right thing.
Like, I don't think it's established. I mean, maybe there's some stuff the city has to do.
I feel like as we
This is a test. This one's a test.
This one's hard. It's hard to have a strategy. I mean,
Yep,
besides
that's why
I think about like when I think about like the blueprint plans that we've done either on Front Street or, and like
Maintaining direction, public relations team.
I think it's community identity.
So it would be education, relationships, producers.
Embracing the technology that we have, resources, it's like destination.
I just don't feel like we can force that.
No, I agree. So we're having trouble here.
that's like what we didn't But there's some groups like the Downtown Association and the BCE and some groups that like or even like the Oregon Adventure Coast, like those are regional identity, like the city's identity. So it would be how about more community art? That's an output.
Longevity.
We could always say community development. Community energy development. I think we can
Well, kind of, because it's, everybody understands what the vision is, that they're
Visioning to develop building relationships with.
So I give my money, and you can raise it over you.
I don't really do that.
You'll always try.
I do know
You're
that
a
I'm
great
really
try.
hard.
You know what? I think we work with
I'm too like practical to, you know, can't be part of that.
So it creates something. That was really not.
Do we go
But
first?
you do get to go first.
So Chief Ed guy first. Now, this is a test. People said this was hard. This is a gut test to see if this is really a viable focus area. Right?
It feels like it's because we don't know what it's defining.
And this is, well, if you wonder if it's a good one. Go ahead,
We
Justin.
said prosperous.
Okay. That would be an outcome.
Just wait till it's your turn.
Can we all love one another right now? Yeah.
What does that say?
Okay, so engaging.
Okay. Prosperous was our first one. We got a little better, but we ran out of time.
Okay. You guys go last this time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, great minds think alike.
You have to, did you throw that?
No, not you.
It's okay if you did. What does this mean?
What is that?
Like building a relationship to develop a community.
Okay.
Yeah, no, and develop the identity, right?
Okay.
And of course, funding, right?
Funding.
Well, that's
We
already.
gotta take it back.
Sorry.
Okay.
Okay. So here's what you guys came up with.
Fidgeting.
Hey!
They cheated.
You guys listening to this?
No, that's fine.
That's what we meant by prosperity.
Yeah.
We have partnering.
Oh, that's like relationships. Yeah, totally cheating.
You rejected funding, right?
Yeah, funding is already.
It's
in
off.
And then we had clear expectations. So
Okay.
basically, if people understood the community identity, there would be clear expectations of how to work with the city and for us to work with them.
Okay.
Why don't you just put PS under that?
Hey.
So when I look at this, and when you look at this, could you build a work plan off of it?
Nope.
If you got creative?
If you had some visioning, right?
It's wide open.
Yeah, it
Yeah, you
is.
could.
Well, I actually think it's, you guys don't know what it means. Like when I'm watching you try to figure out how to fill this in, I don't think you know what this means. So I'm not sure it's the right focus focus area.
I almost feel like this is where we've lacked forever, and this is why.
This is
the
why
clear
we
thing
need
we
it.
lacked, and we have a hard time defining it. And that's why we don't have a direction as a unified community, because we're still trying to figure out who's where and not offend anyone and try to, you know.
If I could offer some perspective, this is when, and I belong to many organizations, and we've talked about this very thing, and we're all struggling with this. So when it comes to capacity and leadership, this is where the city could shine. Is figuring this out and creating that.
And we've gone
It's
through-
hard.
yeah.
It's hard because it's hard to define. But I think overall, our community has changed. There's a lot of new people that have come in the last 20 years. And there's a lot of things that are no longer applicable to this community. And so we have struggled, because I've been here a long time. I have watched how long it has taken for us to change from a fishing and lumber community to what are we? And so I don't.
Would it be easier to?
Maybe it's too big, but.
I think, remember this organization that was here about 10 or 15 years ago for this very thing? They came in, we got all this free money, all the groups were involved, the cities, the chambers, the ports, everyone, of who do we want to be collectively. And there's this beautiful document that sits on a shelf because of the siloing, because we have one organization focused on one thing. And I agree with you, Stephanie, that I think it could be a really big thing. I honestly, even though I really wanted this, I think if we're looking at it from that perspective, I think it's too big. I mean, I think it's something that we should do, but to say, who do we want to be? You're right. We were we were fishing and we were timber. And I remember when I got on the chamber board years ago, people didn't value tourism. And now it's finally being valued, but that's 20 years later, right? So I don't know if that's our work.
My question
That's what I
is
just
really
said. I
what
said
I'm
maybe we're
seeing-
struggling because it's too big.
Yeah, what I'm seeing, go ahead, Chris.
Would it be easier to work under, like, maybe the label is vision?
Well, I thought that, but I'm also wondering if, like you're saying, this isn't your work right now, or maybe it falls under economic development and you need to do a strategic visioning, community visioning process under economic development, but it's not its own focus area. I'm putting out ideas here because I'm not seeing the traction on this one. Like if this were my plan, I wouldn't know what to do with this.
Well, now I'm going to throw rocks at that. So let's say I'm the city of Coos Bay, and what type of business do I want to bring in? I'm just going to make business up. I want to bring an Amazon in, because I know if I bring an Amazon in, I know that demographic likes the natural outdoors and they like livability and they like all of the things. I think that's a strategy. So when Coos Bay says what type of business that we want to bring in, it's based on who our community identity is. Given it's harder because we are two communities, not one.
Yeah. So from what you just said, you said it's a strategy. I actually think it's a strategy under economic development rather than its own focus area.
Yeah, we only have 2 focus areas.
Well, let's do economic development. Good job, guys. Okay, let's do economic development and then put the pieces back together and see if there's another one that comes up. I do think this is a strategy under economic development, and even what you said, if we were going to see about who we want to recruit here and what we need and that's totally under economic development. Like every way you explained it, I was like, oh, that's beautiful. And under economic development as a strategy totally makes sense to me. The way you have it right now, it doesn't. Okay, so we're gonna hold this and just say for now, as the concept, we're putting this in economic development as a strategy. And so now I'd like you to do economic development strategy. I'm going to give you a different color. There's the blue there. Take the blue. Okay? And then we'll come back and see if there's another focus area. Did you get blues?
There's no way. Wonderful souls.
Okay,
beautiful people.
Me too, though, coming in. Gave them the control. Okay, so I did industry.
Yeah, I meant the way you the livability. But I think we
Dress light. We say workforce? I mean, no, like the workforce. Okay, well, I think how you can impact, how you were gonna take this as being.
You feel the health of the community. It's so very
Done.
healthy place to live.
Funding's under everything. We can't.
Funding, we're gonna make your diversity of funding that's gonna feed everybody.
Funding's in everything.
Talking about the plans that we developed that sit on the shelf, like,
Yeah.
when I walk over Front Street, I always say, well, and that's, what it was like.
Yeah.
So we did one sidewalk, the next sidewalk all the way down to the garden works, like, we go to the transfer the property, the property exchange with stops us, we not that, we finalize, the final process. Once that's done, we have sidewalks.
It's not just laid out by, this is this here, this is this here, this is this. Is it, but it is not detailed.
Well, I don't know.
Maybe it's by funding, you know, but like, I mean, I think there's the plan, then once the strategies that implement the plan.
Yeah, let's get it we need to explore code, economic development.
Opportunity, yeah, you're right.
There was opportunity, so like the process.
The developer comes in.
The ability to house them.
Because in terms of, you make that easier, we make that much easier for both staff, and then.
That's an important process right there. Is that already happening?
Yeah, it's in the works. It's not happening as fast as we're
Would be economic.
Okay, so the process in.
Business and industry opportunities.
But yeah, that's how it's, you know, the next section would be to go all the way there.
Well, I mean, I know there's the leadership, I just have never seen anything that says like, when we have this much money, this is gonna be for this, business, this is an industry.
Budget, I mean, if the whole thing is funded now, we could, but this would be really putting pressure on funding. You should about $5 billion, and then you always like funds for recreation. To do that, then you be putting everything right there. So it was like, you allocate $500,000, this next budget year, we can allocate whatever we take out of that. If you shifted some of the dollars, it's still going to be, so it's like.
No, like, I think it's pretty hard, but I think that that's prioritizing.
Start.
So it's a prioritization of, I would say,
Well, of the,
yeah, for me, it's like, you're good, so there's 20 things to do.
Yeah, you know, I think sidewalk area, did
we've got to do not create copies.
yeah, the food truck area, we did that, and then, yeah, I actually did those 4 different places, so, you know, I think it's a pretty good start.
Oh, yeah, I mean, even with the goals, I mean, you just check on some of this.
usually, if you have more than 4, then you need to look at what's in it.
7.
Can housing and infrastructure?
Yeah, that's those two.
And light.
And if you bring it down, each one is because I have thought about this. Or maybe this is just one. So think about this, if this were to be research instead of one, what would the second be?
I guess this could be, well, it's not really a position help, other than it helps.
But don't they always go under the other?
The code thing goes into your.
Yeah, I guess these would industrial, take those out. Okay.
How are you doing?
And the P is like communication, public relations.
Would that come under, say it again?
I don't know about what's happening.
Well, but, doesn't it go under the other one?
What's that position called? That's the one she's, the community agent.
No, what was the first one?
That will be in charge.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think this is, there's a, yes. I think the more we let people know.
Okay, so we're gonna pull one out, which one?
We do? No, I say we just have to offer the best.
She said, we're gonna put the fifth one on.
Well, infrastructure, building and tearing down. That's right. I mean, this is addressing, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, we could just say this is slash, right?
Yes, sure. Maintaining all infrastructure, including people's livelihoods.
We run this really quickly, and we just came for some infrastructure improvements.
Okay, let's bring it back together.
Lady Brent Bakery.
You guys do it first last time.
And she had posted up this little fish
Whoop,
shop.
whoop, whoop,
She's
whoop.
going to be able to have small fishermen.
All right.
Their fish shop. It's gonna
Guess
be-
what? You get to go first. Yay! Okay, housing. Okay, so we went first last time.
Tourism.
You get to be second. Everybody up here. This attention up here.
Infrastructure slash address the and external communications PR for what these areas.
I thought we put that over here.
Internal there.
This is external. Well, we actually had it. Do we have external? We do have external.
Okay, then you can split those two up if you want. The slash one.
Well, what does just like mean?
So there's all kinds of buildings, commercial buildings, housing that needs to be addressed.
Okay, we'll split that.
Yeah, it's like commercial.
Okay.
Did you see it?
Tourism.
Tourism.
Yay. Lucinda had nothing to do with that.
No.
Let's give everybody our attention right here. It's like we had trouble.
Yeah. It's like blight.
Do you know what does beautification mean?
Get rid of.
Our blight situation.
Melissa, didn't we talk about like getting Newmark as a main way to get from Coos Bay to the beaches? And just that's really
Getting people
key
to
to get
realize
people that
there's
there's more to
something,
Coos Bay.
Yeah, but that's
which would be part of identity, Megan.
That's the visioning piece.
sure. No more than 4.
We did 4, Joe.
And we define.
And you're not the facilitator right
Maybe the
now.
infrastructure.
Sticky note. I was just gonna say, there's a sticky note.
So we said service infrastructure?
We'll just put all infrastructure together right now. And how is that different than other infrastructure? What is that?
We were looking more like hospitals and libraries and.
Airports versus roads and, wastewater. and-
Yes.
Okay.
Business and industry opportunities.
Meaning who you bring in, like business retention and recruitment, is this what that means?
Energy. yeah, different options for the citizens and the businesses that come in.
Sticky note policeman?
I'm just
What's
looking.
closest? We got it.
And then last one's recreational amenities.
Oh, wonderful.
Is that a tourism?
It's tourism,
But
yeah,
it's
it's
not,
also
but
like,
it's
But
also
it's
livability
also
for
why
our
we're here.
citizens. Yeah, it's not just tourism.
Okay. All right. There's too many.
We say if we take care of our people, other people will want to come.
Yeah.
You know, if you keep discouraging us.
Yeah.
By
But
putting us on the
No,
bottom.
my point is, are there two separate focus areas here?
I think they lead into the same thing.
Yes, but what do you,
Astoria did a really great job of asking their citizens what they wanted their community to be. They went through that whole visioning process, and as a result of it, more tourists came to visit.
okay, so those are tied.
But to the bottom, my point is, it starts there. It
Where?
starts right with the bottom square you guys were
Recreational
talking about.
amenities.
Recreational
By being on
amenities.
the bottom, it is the most important.
It's,
Yeah.
it,
It's
it
the
places
We're
it,
happy
not
that
make it
everybody
lower.
else is gonna wanna come here. The why, good job. It's the why.
I really was being serious that is why we live here, and enhancing those things for our citizens then helps with community visioning, that helps with tourism.
So should
And
tourism be
by
a
the way,
separate?
once
should-
that, once
should-
that
should tourism
happens,
be a
then you
separate
have
one?
business
Wait, we
development.
have three conversations happening, so I'm gonna go Joe, Stephanie,
I'll forget
Nicole.
To the point, should we split this into two, economic development and then tourism?
Stephanie? Do you have a comment?
I did, but I told you I won't remember.
Okay.
I can't.
Nicole for sure will.
And especially if somebody asks a question, now I'm thinking about the question.
Nicole?
I think we agree with that idea, because to me, economic development is, impactful for here, and tourism is impactful for out there.
And if tourism were its own,
Lucinda can't talk about this one.
okay, if tourism were its own strategy, focus area, what would the city do?
Tourism is economic development, right?
I know,
Yes.
but it's its own strategy too, don't you
But
think?
is that the city's job?
That would be my question, good.
But it
You
is the
picked
city,
me.
but it is
Is
the
that the
city's
city's
job.
job? So our bicycles, multimodal transportation, wait, I get to have.
I know, I remembered what it
Okay,
was.
Lucinda,
Yeah.
you're on. You have the talking cow.
Yeah, I get the talking cow, sacred cow. Are the bicycle paths, is that tourism or is that just livability for the community?
Oh, well, I would say it's exactly what you said. If we enhance the recreational amenities for its citizens, then it's gonna bring in more tourism.
Right, that's why I'm saying it's a component of economic development. Tourism is economic
My
development.
argument was it's not, it shouldn't be its own, because we can't,
I agree. I feel like tourism should be under economic.
we're saying the same thing.
Okay.
You're turning on us, Sarah.
And,
Sacred cow?
and, but you just said something important. And
Did? I don't
I'm looking at
remember.
you here for a second. You did. That all the things that you need to make tourism work, there's a whole infrastructure component, right? And can you explain how you think about infrastructure?
Why?
Because please.
I look at infrastructure not only as sewer, storm, roads, as PD, rolling stock, fire trucks, sidewalks, bikes, bicycle paths, multimodal transportation. It's too big, it needs to be on its own.
So economic development,
I
and
mean,
then
it's
you pull
recreational.
out infrastructure.
Would you agree recreational amenities could
Yes.
go under infrastructure too?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna acknowledge that that was one that I added to our original list that got taken off and put into economic development.
Oh, you're good. You got us there.
I did. You had to get yourself there. I knew that this was right, but you had to get yourself there, or you wouldn't be behind the plan. Right? So, we need to make a strategy around infrastructure. And this is one that's a little bit harder because it's really big, and it's not like things are gonna stop happening just because you prioritize certain things, right? But I believe that we need to do the same exercise with infrastructure, because if we're doing this consistently, we need to see what that means for you, right?
She's on the post-it notes.
What?
She's on the post-it notes.
I have more. I actually should have bought stock in post-it notes. Okay, so we're gonna, now if I'm making sure that we're all in agreement that infrastructure is becoming its own focus area, correct? Yes? Yes? Okay. So I want you to do the same thing and do the strategies for infrastructure. We just had to get there.
Are you switching teams? Who said that?
Nope, nope. Are you okay?
Yeah, that's okay, your team had 5 on it anyway. We're overstocked.
Okay, so we're doing strategies for the new focus area of infrastructure, which really isn't a new one. It was already there, it just came back.
Okay, so we're gonna name them all.
I was thinking long-term shelter.
Well, how would you guys talk it out? And then go like,
Police cars would be infrastructure versus.
Well, I don't think I do think things like conservation,
but how do you get it funded if you don't have it as a part of your infrastructure?
we were, for those, we were at some mechanism.
Right, but I'm just saying, just figure this out amongst yourself, like, do you list everything out? Do we, just work on it and see what comes up in your conversation. Yes. Right.
No, I just want to
It's all the same.
Yeah, I was gonna put it under here. Because that's what our actions and then facilities.
There's one of the utilities
Wastewater, sewers, and that's, I guess, all other than water. But facilities, is that part of it? No, I think parks is separate. Okay.
Was this your guys' original?
Yes. I still think we have a different category.
But as part of the city,
Just
like
vehicles transportation. I know we're talking streets.
but like maintaining the space.
Yeah, I didn't worry.
Transportation facilities. Do we want to specify like facilities talking about, because like to your point, like city owned versus public? Yeah. I saw it on
I guess from a staffing level, I agree. I mean, just computers, so if I could be got, that's how I work every day, right? I mean, I know it's not really.
I mean, equipment would be computers and cars and. Yeah, okay. Did you watch the meeting on Thursday? I think you did. I think you heard you say something about it. The North Bend meeting? I just watched.
Are you guys ready?
Small
We are. Okay. Joe, are you guys ready?
You're ready.
Right. Okay, we're just gonna go first. No, I rotated, everyone got their hand. Because we did it 4 times, they got to go through again.
Yeah, no kidding.
What? There's no sound here though, are you sure? Like, is it really fine? Is it really fine? Is it fine or is it fine? It's fine. Okay. Right.
Okay, so in case I forget one,
Yes.
maintain, but we're talking maintaining roads, maintaining our equipment.
Structures, facilities.
So you
Tell
could
us,
just
maintain
say-
current, that's good, right?
matched.
Okay,
And then prioritization.
of, right, okay. Is it this, that goes with here?
Kind of.
Okay.
You can kind of go with any.
Well, it kind of goes with both of them.
It's prioritizing all of it.
Yeah, you need to do that, and that is a strategic process. Okay, go ahead.
Forecasting.
Of what needs to be done, yeah.
Our needs are to be that
Yeah.
are coming up.
Okay.
And then funding.
Okay, funding. Okay, so my question is, if you have a strategy around maintaining the current, what about growing the next step? Is that a strategy? We'll see what else comes up, okay. Funding, I'm taking off because we don't go there. Just go.
Utilities, so that's all your stormwater, wastewater,
Okay, so that's current, right? So we're looking at the current.
public facilities.
Is
Same
that part
thing.
of the, it's part of current?
Yes. You got transportation, which includes all your roads. And
Yep, which is, yep, okay.
Parks.
Which is part of the current.
And equipment. This is more small stuff like vehicles, computers, stuff like that.
All right. What do you go to?
We ran it up.
So operational assets, probably like,
Is that equipment?
equipment.
Yeah. Okay.
And we were talking about like infrastructure, the buildings and all that kind of
Yeah,
stuff.
okay.
But also staff, that's an
Staff.
operational asset.
Well, but that goes under your people and your health.
Yeah.
So is this buildings or is this equipment and stuff?
What was the, what are you
It's
looking at?
everything it takes for us to provide service to the city, operational assets.
Current.
Buildings,
Current.
people.
Then that might be under the current stuff.
You,
Community, community assets and recreational amenities.
You used it.
She told us to.
No, I asked you if you needed it still.
We did.
We did.
Okay, so you left it in there, so you needed it still.
And resiliency planning.
Okay. That's
We had funding. We think it should be under everyone.
Well, it is, but you have to, under organizational health, figure out your diversity of funding, and there are many that will bleed through together, right? Is there anything missing here?
There must be.
The forecasting is the future piece, and that's what I was looking for. And even if you don't make all that happen now, you're looking to the future to see what you need that ties into your economic development piece.
It also ties into the resiliency plan.
Yeah, it does. It does.
Oh, resiliency, yeah.
It's
Yeah.
all the upgrades and the future.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Anything else on this one? Okay, y'all look fried.
Do it.
A little, yeah. All right, I'm gonna put this over here and I want you to come
Chief, we
look
need
at
more
it.
coffee.
More coffee? More coffee. Okay, so come around the dais. Right here, no, this way so you can see these. Oh, where did that go?
I believe it.
Okay, I have tape for that. Yeah, come this way. I just want you to look at this plan. And just take a bit and just soak it in. And if you want to sit on the floor, great example. I would do that, but I probably can't get up if I do that right now.
I might not be able to get it back up.
Yeah. So just soak it in. And then, tell me how you feel getting behind this plan for the next 2 to 3 years.
That's a lot.
And remember, the visioning thing goes under economic development, so. So what's your gut reaction to this?
It's a lot of plates to hold at the same time.
Mm-hmm. What else?
I guess I would say I feel like it's work we're doing already. So, I mean, it would be plus more, right? So I feel like it is helpful to have like these are the priorities, let's focus, to know like if that's where we want to focus our efforts.
What else?
Like we made some very deliberate choices, and not that you ever finish anything, but you can really make good inroads on something instead of move it everywhere.
Yeah, that little bit area where I call peanut buttering, when you do a lot of things but none of it very well. Right? Spread your peanut butter too thin. Peanut buttering. Yeah. What else?
I mean, these are kind of the things that give me angst. So
Oh,
I'm happy
good.
that we're gonna help my stress levels maybe.
Yeah, yeah. Jacob, does this get to actionable intentionality?
I think it's whittled down, and so kind of, I was just about to say, kind of almost to flip what Carmen said. To me, I see it as 3 clear buckets of things to tackle, and then everything that we do as a council, and ideally everything that is taken on by department heads, is working toward these 3 things. And I feel like they're distinct enough and have the beginning of some outlines, and refining it, it can be a much more actionable. I would not say this is actionable yet.
Well, it's not, because we still have our pieces of the puzzle
Right,
all
but
over
I
the
think
place.
making it, I think the intentionality is there. Organizational health, economic development, infrastructure, especially by separating 2 and 3. I think we get closer to that intentionality.
Yeah. Thoughts, Sarah? Anything? I like it. Joe?
Yeah, I like it too, and I think these are a lot of the goals and steps that we're going towards anyway. We're defining it, and hopefully, I mean, my intent is that we need to make this better for staff, and we'll work, hopefully we can.
Yeah, Stephanie. Okay. It's okay. Anything else?
I feel like we could condense this into like a mission statement almost, that we just, it's like a mantra. So you have this actionable statement. It's like, well, we do this, 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 and this because of this, this, this. I don't know. Some, like, I look at the mission statement that's hanging up there a lot. This is important to me. But we didn't write that one. Not to say that one doesn't have relevance, but if we're going to come out of this, maybe there's a lens through which we look at this. Like, livability is too broad of a term. It's just one word.
Yeah.
But if we could make it into a statement, maybe that would be helpful.
Just to flip that a little bit, I just reread that mission statement, and I think it actually
Encompasses
that
Yeah.
mission statement.
It
So-
does, yeah.
And I think pieces of this council wrote this.
Yes.
This has been since my time.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I mean, and we're.
And it
I
never hurts to
remember when we
revisit
wrote it, I don't know if I was
your vision.
around or not.
Yeah.
I
You
might
were.
have been in between times.
Yeah.
You were. We wrote this because I worked with Sammy's team on the font.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what we call the dark ages. No, I'm just kidding.
So it never
So this
hurts to
starts in
revisit.
2016 then?
I think
Yeah.
so.
Yeah,
Okay.
never hurts to revisit your vision and mission. That's always a good thing. I encourage clients to do that every 2 to 3 years to make sure it still fits. And they should be a little more brief than yours, this too. That's kind
Oh,
of
really?
fun.
Well, we're always
Yeah.
overachievers.
Yeah. So, you know, this is really good work. And the thing, a couple people said, well, we're already doing this. Sometimes you have to make a plan that actually organizes what you're doing, and that because the next steps of this, like per the grid I handed out, we're actually going to prioritize it and really look at it like, okay, what things are going to happen in what quarters and what are the outcomes going to look like, because it helps give very clear direction. For staff to do the operational, but also on the council side, when the shiny object comes up and everyone's like, oh, let's do the shiny object, then you have to say, oh, wait, where does it fit within this plan? Does it derail us from our plan? And if so, then you have to make a cost opportunity choice of something you're not going to do. Anything you prioritize and do is a cost opportunity of something you're not going to do, or not yet, right? So that's part of what you're looking at in this choice pattern. Right?
Right.
Is the cost opportunity, whether it's on timing, whether you do it or not, whether it's appropriate for you to do. You know, I was thinking about what, you know, Lucinda said about tourism. Is tourism really the city's job? Maybe funding some of it through your hotel taxes, but are you actually doing tourism? Or are you partnering with people, you know?
Well, we're partnering, well, we formulated the partnership for tourism. I mean, hopefully we never have to take it on ourselves. At one time we were.
Right.
We don't want to go backwards, but I think there's a lot of ways that we can facilitate tourism.
Right, but so okay, I'm just gonna push in here, because I'm seeing something that was missing off of your top pieces of your first assessment and what have you. But I don't see it in any of your strategies. And I'm wondering if in economic development, one of your strategies should be partnerships, building partnerships and leveraging partnerships.
We could, but I mean, and I
It's,
think.
let me finish. It's a strategic approach to do that, and it takes a lot of time and energy. You know, there's a whole set of processes that have to be gone through, because you cannot do everything yourself. And
Is that organizational health though?
oh, maybe it is. Okay, maybe
Maybe
it's in
that
there.
relationships and partnering.
Is it in there?
Underneath 3. I mean,
Yeah, it's also in.
Okay,
there.
sorry.
All
Then
those
never
strategic-
mind. Never mind. I missed that. Okay.
And I mean, I guess like little T tourism, big T tourism, like the work we do every day impacts tourism.
But is
How we
it
are in the
a
community
is it a
impacts
strategy
Agreed,
Or
I'm
is it
just
just-
saying, like, when we talk about, is this the city's job?
Yeah, well, my question now is it a strategy or is it just part of what you do? Right, that would be my question. Is it a
It's just
strategy or
part of
part of what we do? Right, and if it's part of what you do, is it a strategy? Or is it just folded into the fabric of what you do? Whereas housing, you may have a whole different strategy around that. How are we going to do codes and encourage development, all kinds of things, which is a whole strategic approach, which is a little bit different than you're already doing tourism. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We'll sort this as we go along, but I'm just asking these questions so you're thinking about it.
The thing with tourism that we, I think, here in Coos Bay, take as so personal, because we're the ones that are the driving force. The other entities are not. We are. We're the driving force on tourism. We are the economic driver for it, and we are the ones that keep going with it. Not necessarily our, I think the tribe does also, but it's really us and the tribe. So that's why maybe it's there. And so tourism falls into parks, falls into bike paths, falls into redoing the waterfront. Front Street's part of tourism that we're redeveloping. You know, downtown, all that stuff kind of ties in. So that's how I look at it.
Yeah.
And our group discussed it and said that if we create these opportunities for our local citizens, then it spurs that and helps tourism because people want to come because we have trails. They want to come because we have a developed waterfront. They want to come because we have a park or a library or whatever.
Or because our people are engaged. When you come to town, we are happy to see you, we are happy to share what we have here. Yeah.
You know, we're developing, and we got 2 parks. You know, we got John Toppis, and we have you know, kayak launch there. We're going to do probably another kayak launch then. So we're always involved in some aspect of tourism.
It's also one of the only ways that we can increase the amount of money coming into the area and like influence it, right? Because we have all of these restrictions to like our tax codes and our gas tax and all those things.
Well, that's where, when you start working on your diversity and funding, you have to start looking at what are all the things that are keeping you from doing it. Like those things you just named, where does council have an ability to change that?
And many of them we don't. And but I do think we have that opportunity with tourism.
And it also is not putting that on the back of the people who live and work here. It's saying, bring in your money to us.
Yeah, that's why it's economic development. Right. Okay. So let me just talk about process a little bit. So we have another meeting on March 1st, and that's we're going to take this work that we've done and do some work plan work. And I think you were going to include more staff or not. Is this going to be the team?
So we have some internal. What I need to do is work on, we probably need 1 or 2 more counselors. So I think we only have so far the mayor's touching on that, and then Chelsea and Jennifer on the 18th. Myself, I think we need 1 or 2 more counselors.
Okay, that's not what I'm talking about. Okay.
Well, then I don't.
So there's 2 steps to get us to the next process. First of all, I take all of this and I transcribe it, and I give you a recap document where you can see everything that we did. And then we sit with that and we ruminate, and then a smaller group will take it and look at like the puzzle that we've built in this grid, a version of this grid that I've given you, and we will do what I call a refinement, to look at the information and be like, okay, now that we're not tired and we've been here all day and we're looking at this with fresh eyes, does this sit right? You know, are there things that we need to move around or what have you? I really do suggest a smaller group, and then the whole thing will come back out to everyone with any changes that we've made. And I really recommend that that's only like 5 people, you know, 4 or 5 or 6 people at the most.
Right, so we only have 4 right now.
That's fine, it can even be 4 people, right? Okay, and it's an hour and a half,
It's
that's
just
it.
staff heavy.
Then we need less staff, more council.
Right.
So I would take maybe some staff out and put council in. Okay?
But that's the one on the 18th.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So you figure that and tell me who. We have the time. It will be virtual. And that's the step that takes. Then we will take that work, and on the work plan session on the 1st, we will work more with prioritizing and time and this piece. I have a whole exercise that we're going to work on about the prioritization of this, and then some higher level work plan stuff of what would fall underneath this. And so some of that may be where we get deeper into like the infrastructure. What are some of those buckets of things like rolling stock or things like that? That's part of what we'll do. I have to design the session. I couldn't design it until I knew what the outcome would be, right? But that's our process. The other thing we will do is make a vision of success for the focus areas. I suggest we do not do that today because I think people are tired, and we can take a hit at it on the refinement session if you're okay with that, or we can do it on the 1st. Usually I do it during the refinement session and it comes back to the whole group because it's easier to look at something and say, oh, let's tweak this and this, rather than have a whole group wordsmith. Wordsmithing in the group does not work very well. It's awful. So if you're okay with that, then I would have us start to wrap up today.
Yep.
Okay, so just think about what's rolling around in your brain as we start to wrap up.
Good stuff.
What's rolling around your brain? Thoughts, questions? And is there anything that you'd like to say, that needs to be said that hasn't been said yet?
Will you say that again for us?
Okay, a couple things. I have 2 questions. Let's get everybody's attention. 2 questions. One is are there questions or thoughts or things rolling around in your brain? Whether it's process, whether it's about one of these things, just anything. That's the first thing. Then the second question is there anything that needs to be said that hasn't been said so far?
I'll say that I found it valuable as a new member of the council, and having had a chance to collaborate with all the department heads in the past, it was good for me to see all of this and hear other people's perspectives. So I appreciate it.
Great. What else? What else is rolling in your brain? Or something that you'd like to say that hasn't been said yet?
I think we've already said this, but I think we can't say it enough. Like, the amount of alignment is something we should be proud of. We have some straying kind of ideas, but I would say I'm involved in a number of boards. We have examples of other entities and things. This isn't normal what we have here today. This is not what we experience often, so appreciate that.
What else? Anything else? All right, so just by way of closure, I have a sentence for you that I'd like you to complete. And this is about how your mindset or your thought has changed from the beginning of the session to the end. And so the statement is, I used to think, and then you complete it by saying, but now I think.
Could you say that again?
Yeah. This is, to complete, we're going to say, I used to think when you started the session, but now I think. Like, how has your mindset or something about today changed in your mind or for you?
Are we saying it out loud? Is that what we're doing?
Yes, each person can say it out loud. Each person is going to say it out loud.
Not at the same time.
No, whoever wants to start, start. Do you want to start?
Sure. I used to think, before I came in here, that I would come out of this with some project that we were going to work on specifically. But now I think it's about applying our values to our decision-making process.
Thank you. Who's next?
I'll go.
All right.
I used to think that tourism wasn't the city's job, but now I think it is.
Say that again?
So
used to think that maybe we were all coming at it from different directions, levels, whatever, but actually, as a result today, I think we are really close, all on the same page. It's just how we get there is it needs to be determined.
Yeah.
I should have gone before the chief did. I used to think we didn't have a specific direction. No, I think we do.
Okay. Who's next?
I used to think we had more competing priorities. Now I think that there's a bigger direction.
I guess I would say I used to think that this was going to be a really difficult process, and now I see like we can thread the needle.
Who's next?
I used to think that maybe council saw things differently than staff, and I now think that we have many things that are aligned.
I used to think this was more of a, let's make it to-do list that we can check off, and now it's more condition.
I already took them all.
No, we should have been first.
I know.
We should have started again.
Even if you think it's the same one, to say it, it's fine.
Same thing, I felt like this, I used to think this may be just a waste of time, because it was already a direction that was planned, but now I think we have a good direction moving forward.
Chair one, Chelsea.
I don't have any used to things.
Okay.
I'm like trying to think of I used to think.
But then now I think.
But I mean, I think coming out of this, it's like we know we work well together and we can work well together and we're aligned. And so that's a good thing to know moving forward.
Yeah, yeah. Samantha, you know. No, it's okay if you don't.
I'm kind of with Chelsea, I just think it's nice to see how well we can focus for the good of the city.
Sarah, did we get one from you, or did I already ask?
I mean, I'm with Chelsea. I don't have a necessarily like I can't think of what I used to think or now. Similar to what everyone has said, I just being part of the last session like this was very different than today. So I guess I did come in with a certain expectation and it shaped into something different.